Alright, just getting the stream going here. About set. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hello, welcome to the stream. Just getting everything set up here. I'm gonna try a new car today. Try the Ultima. Let's see. What's this? McLaren. Open track day now? They used to have open track track days in the old version. Track day. Cycle track day. Nürburgring North Selection. Cycle track day. It's kind of more of a hangout than a race, I guess. Never seen it before. I'll take a look, see what that's about. Club circuit. What track is it? Marconi? Yeah, it's Japan. Hello, welcome. So what is this event about? Marconi, any car. Oh, okay, so everybody's hanging out with crazy fast cars and slow cars. That way, it might be a good way to tune the car without having to stop and race on time. Oops, sorry guys, I had an open mic. I was talking to my Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. My bad. Never driven this car before and just built it. It's orange Ultima, so stock tune on it. Hello Sid, hello Patricia, welcome. Playing some Forza Motorsport and checking out at different cars. Got the Ultima Evolution. Brakes are too sensitive. Good track though too. Cool. So okay, that's a lot of tire pressure. I wish that first gear was longer. I could do it this way, I suppose. 60 and still really short. 60-mile-an-hour difference between. I don't like this gear ratio at all. May keep it in second gear a lot. So we'll make second gear 80. That's more like it. Somebody's got their music on. Don't think we need any. Brake. What's the stop? Ooh, braking's terrible. 95, 230. See if we can improve on 95 and 231. Hey Sid, hey Randall, welcome. Alberto, welcome. We're streaming on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. 93, 230. God, that braking's terrible. Ew. So with 100%, it's not good. 95, 232 is terrible. See if we can beat 95, 232. Hey, Fager. How you doing, bro? $92, that's a little better. Still terrible. I wonder why the brakes are so bad on this. 23. Alright, let's go and mute this kid that doesn't know how to control his microphone. Who is it? Patches. Patches is a dummy. It's got the desktop speakers on and a microphone at the same time. Alright, easy fix. Alright. Skip the lap. Let's get back on the track here. Hey man, what are the assholes saying? Oh, Nitredo? Nothing new from Nitredo. 30 bump server still down. Waiting on them. They're offering me a refund, and I'm like, no, you need to fix the problem. Trying a different car today. Woo! Woo! Oh my. I don't know about that. Not a good first impression, I'll tell you that. Let's see. I think I got traction control on, but it acts like it's not. Yeah, it's on. Stability control, I never have that on. How'd that get turned on? Simulation. No ABS. That's weird. I've never turned on stability control. I must have accidentally turned it on yesterday. Paying attention, I was looking at the numbers. Let's check this camber. Yeah, this is a different layout. Oh, it may be reversed. That may be why I was turning the wrong way. No, it's not reversed. Just kind of disoriented. Let's see what the camber's doing here. Tires are still cold in the front. So this is what we got. So I got one of these yesterday that was a little bit faster than my car. So I just wanted to see how he was able to do that. Doesn't seem very stable. Seems like it needs a rear wing. Car. I don't think we have an option for a rear wing. Yeah, it's locked. I wonder how much it costs to put a wing on it. Let's leave the race and see if it'll give me an option to upgrade it. Might. Car. Custom upgrade, yeah. Come on. Performance. So we can only have 800 because I'm trying to get it for S class. Stock wing brings it to 806. I don't think there's anything I can do to keep that on there. All this stuff is stock already. I gotta get rid of something. 804, it's closer, but I just don't see. Brakes are terrible. I'm gonna have to have that. Roll bars are anti-roll bars are a gimme. I've already got all the ballast, so can't make it any heavier. I could go to stock tires, but I don't think they'll make it through the race. Maybe that's how you do it. I don't know. Could go wider on the tires, I suppose. Yeah, we can go wider. $241. I'm looking at this ratio. The higher that ratio is, the higher the horsepower per weight, per pound. 241. It's looking pretty good.
Mensch, mach mal dein scheiß Mikrofon aus, du Affe, Patches.
Jesus. If we can make it better than 241 without going over 800 points. $240. $244. $241. So it looks like could do this. And then put heavier wheels on it maybe, but that would take it back down. $243. No way we can run that. $244. Can we sneak some brakes in here? Ooh, we can do the brakes. It needs better brakes. Still braking distance is terrible. Why does this car brake so bad? This just don't even make sense. 93 feet. Should be like 80 feet. Bizarre. Barely helps. Okay, well, wheels are as light as they can be. Already got the race stiff. Rear wing. Kind of looks like this is the way to go. 241. And then do clutch, no, drive line. There we go. 242. I think that's going to be the way. Now we got a wing. It sure seems like it needs it. Something like that, I think. Springs, damping, geometry, arrow. Okay, now we can put a bunch of downforce on the rear. $91, $225. Man, that's terrible. It's as good as it gets. %. Now that's pretty high. 91 to 25. Alright. Yeah, I got a wing. Let's see if we can make it around the track. Let's blow up the tires. Maybe the tires are still cold. Probably are. I just started driving it, so. So earlier I came through here and the car just spun out. Without the rear wing, it just couldn't stick at all. My concern is that these tires won't hold up for the whole race. Okay, this layout's different. Okay, so we can't shift down to first like my other car, because the gear ratio is so short in first. We can go down to second. Oh, this layout's so weird. Part of the track is normal and then part of it's wildly different. I think we got too much camber in the rear. Let's go into 0.6. Negative 0.6, that's too much. Should be closer to 0. So go to our alignment. Let's try that. So if I'm turning right, and I'm looking at my camera on the rear, if I'm turning right, I need to look at the left tire. We want to get that close to 0 when we're making a turn. Now if the back end's sliding around, you can't look at the number because it won't be accurate. Whoops, sorry guys. I think that's pretty close now on the rear. Now we gotta set the front. Now you can come to a stop if the ground is flat. Yeah, it is flat because the camera on the front wheels match. Turn it 90 degrees. And it's still got 1 degree too much. So unless I turn this sharp, that's really sharp. I don't know how often I'll really. I don't know. Sometimes I do, I guess. Sure is slow shifting. I think. Oh yeah, I can't shift to first. It will spin out. Going too fast. Some games won't let you downshift, like other games won't let you downshift into a gear that would blow the motor up. So I'm just not used to it on there. See that front camber? Might have too much. Yeah, this braking distance is going to be god awful. It's already bad. What's that rear camber doing? I think I saw it go to 0. Hey, what's up, Thor? How you doing, man? Trying a different car. Oh, did I hit somebody or they hit me? Yeah, somebody hit me. This is the Ultima Evo. Ultima being the brand. Just setting up the... I just got the mods and detuned it so it would fit in the S-Class. 800 points. Got the rear camber set, working on the front. Hungry too, man, I know. How you feeling? Yeah, pretty good. Trying to figure out where I need the front camber. I think it's got about a degree too much almost. Trying to get the tire to lay flat in the corner, you know? So let's go to 1. The back one was up much higher. Let's get rid of this toe. I don't like this toe. The caster angle higher, that means the tires won't be so out of whack while I'm going straight. So that's why I'm running the caster up, getting rid of the toe. So we need to double check. The braking distance is awful on this. It's about 10 feet longer than the Lola. Pretty bad. Yeah. So now we've got the caster and the toe fixed. We got to double check the camber again, see if we got enough still or not enough. This is, found out they have an open lobby. They finally added it. That's something my son and I were complaining about. It was like, you know, in the Forza Motorsport 7, this is 8. And they just call it Forza Motorsport now. But Forza Motorsport 7, yeah, the rear camera looks good. I'm seeing 0 on the opposite lock. Yeah, that's perfect. The front, I don't know yet. But, okay, douchebag. You gotta try to hit me on purpose. We used to complain there was no open lobby like Forza 7. You could... There's some weirdos driving here. What are you hitting the brakes right in front of me for? Okay, that front camber, 0.3. That wasn't a hairpin turn, but pretty tight turn. I had to put a wing back on it. I tried to drive it without the wing. It would not make this corner. And the tire, woo! Okay, that front camber looks pretty good. It might need a touch more. I really need a track with a tight corner to test it properly. This is pretty tight here, yeah. So yeah, 90-degree lock is 0. So as long as I don't steer more than that, camber is 0. I couldn't afford to do the race transmission, not money-wise, but points-wise. Yeah, I had a... Told you my dad lives with me. He's yelling at me this morning because I woke him up. Last night, I guess. I don't know. He went to bed and my door was still open, so... I wish he would have just shut my door or told me he was going to bed, but I didn't know that. He usually goes to bed about 11 o'clock on the money, so I think today I'll just set my alarm clock to go off at 11, so I'll get a reminder to shut my door. It just gets so hot in here if I leave the door open. That's the only reason I have it open at all. Camera looked perfect there, so yeah, that was fun to wake up to that, getting screamed at. I even reminded him, like, dude, you wake me up too. I mean, I just don't complain about it. It's kind of part of it when you live with somebody else. But what are you gonna do? You just sit there and take it, you know? Making that corner now a lot better. This track layout's goofy. They've got something different here. Usually you go way down there and it's odd. It happens, man, you know. Jekyll and Hyde with him sometimes. It's never who you're gonna get. Okay, we gotta fix these brakes. That's useless. I can't hit the brakes without it locking up. Okay, we gotta figure out which tires are locking up. Now that we got the heat map up, we can see. Yeah, so I just found this open lobby today. This is like perfect for tuning a new car. But it's just endless laps. There's no race. It's just people tuning and goofing around. This old Forza, we used to like hang out, you know. We'd sit at the end of the track and wait for something cool to come by and like, hey, I want to race that thing. And we'd get out there and get on the mic, hey, bro, you want to race? You know. Had like little car meets and stuff. It was just really cool, I thought. Yeah. Yeah, now I can't open my door at all because he was complaining about he could hear me over the TV like during the day when he's in, 50 feet away. It's like, I can't hear you over the TV. Look, I can't shift down to first because it's too short. Second gear is more like my lowest first gear, so I have to remember that. All right, we're gonna slam on the brakes down here. So yeah, so I'm gonna be sweltering hot in here now. Yeah, see that front tires are getting... We don't want them to go over 220. They turn to butter. So we'll go to tune, and then it's braking. Brake pressure. So 93, 227. Let's see how much we can sacrifice. 93.0, 229. 95, yeah, it's getting bad. 4. Let's try that setting. 50%. That's a little better, maybe. Yeah, this is the Ultima. I'll show you. A little banged up. It looks cool, huh? It's basically a factory race car or track car. Trying to set the brakes up. The horsepower on paper, the horsepower to weight looks better than the Lola. I think it'll probably have better top end than the Lola, but the acceleration won't be as good, so I don't know. Yeah, it's cool, man. Alright. We gotta get these tires back up to temperature, operating temperature. The only thing is I'm using the stock tires that this car comes with, and I don't know if they'll make it through the whole race. If I have to pit, then this car is useless. I don't want to. But there was a guy that raced me yesterday, and he didn't pit, so at least I don't think he did. Maybe he did. So this is an open class. You can run whatever car you want in here. So there's going to be some X class cars. Like this is a S in multi-class series. The S is as high as you can go. 800 points is all you can spend.
Verficktes Rindvieh, Stück.
This German guy keeps on getting on the mic. But he doesn't talk long enough to figure out who the hell he is. I didn't catch his name. I'm trying to get these tires at 10. So we're going to see, like mine's a S class, above that is R, and then P class. R class is race cars, like full on race car. S class is kind of a mix between race car and production car. So it goes from S and then R and then P. P is like a race car with every mod in the world. And then X is going to be like your LMP cars, your prototype cars. Get these tires warmed up and test the brakes. The grip feels a lot like the Lola with the stock tires, so maybe these stock tires are better. Because I think yesterday we tried the Chaparral or the M8B with the stock tires and it didn't make it through half the race. So I was like, I can't possibly use that car. I have to pit. And you can't afford points-wise to run the race tires, so... Yeah, there goes some LMP stuff. Okay, the front tires are warmed up. The rear are a little bit cold. Let's try a braking test. Still locking them up. Surely we don't have to run ABS, jeez. Yeah, that's terrible. That's a good 10 feet longer than what I'm used to in the Lola. Just weird. The Lola says it'll run a quarter mile in 10 flat. So I don't know. I don't know if this is the car, but we'll try it. Wanted to purposely spin the rear tires to get some heat in them. What I don't know is how long these are going to last. Well, they're all... I think I keep it on this view. I can see the temp and the camber and the speed, so... I think the front camber looked pretty good there. That's fast. Okay, don't shift to first. Don't shift to first. I couldn't afford the race transmission points-wise, so I can't adjust the actual gears. But I am able to get the rear diff, the race rear diff, so I can adjust the final gear and move all the gears up and down together. That's effectively. And we're looking on temp, 180 on the fronts. Still kind of sketch. I wonder if people just run ABS on this thing and call it a day. Turns good there. Well, I've got a rear arrow on it. These front tires are still a little cold. I sure wish this game had VR support. Man, that'd be awesome. That's the only reason I even looked at other games, was because it doesn't have VR. And it's not that I always drive in VR, but sometimes when it's nice and cool in here, and I can keep the room cold, then the VR is pretty comfortable. Otherwise, it gets pretty hot. Steering wheel's flipping out. What kind of speed are we hitting here? It's pretty fast. Okay, quit shifting the first. I know that's gonna make me wreck in a real race. I'm just not used to it. Okay, let's look at the rear camber. It's at 0, front camber +2. +5 when I turn real sharp. I think the front needs a little more camber. That's going to be probably splitting the difference between some corners are going to be just riding different, you know. I can't even tell what kind of... Golly, look at that thing go. Holy shit. Okay, dude. Nice job. Nice driving there, buddy. Having to modulate the brake pedal still. Wild man out there. This is pretty cool because they got all different cars on the track, you know? Get to see some cool stuff. Now I'm the slow car on the track compared to these guys are coming out here with full-on race cars. I saw about 179 that time, so maybe the camber setting is helping. Able to carry more speed up to the straightaway. That's about as sharp as I can turn without oversteering. Tires are holding up pretty good, so maybe the factory tires on this car are better than the well, then again, in multi-class they have the tire wear at 4 times the regular rate, which I complained about that in the Forza Insider forum, but Some people like it that way. I guess it forces some cars to have to do a pit. Yeah, 180 miles an hour. Oh, this guy flipped. Nice shot, bro. Let's look at the braking one more time. I still feel like it's locking up too easy. Let's see, 93, 232, 95, 230. More front braking. I don't think that would help because it's already locking up the fronts. Anything, we could put more in the rear. Let's do that first. Let's let the rear brakes do a little more work. They usually don't do anything, do much from the factory on a car. Camber looks perfect there. Tire must have got hot. That was weird. Okay, let's put it on the heat mat. Can't do that. Keep shifting to first. Man, the braking feels more like the Lola now. I think allowing the back brakes to do help a little bit more, take a little off the front, seems to be helping. Downshifted again. So that all seems good. Let's play with the roll center offset and see if we can get it to turn easier, so it's not putting so much stress on the front tires. Springs. I need to set up the springs. Let's see, how much does this car weigh? Let's get the old calculator out on Windows. Let's see. So this car weighs 2389. 2389. And then it's 47 front weight. So that means, yeah, let's look at our arrow. Shit, I don't know how much the front is. It's probably not very much. It won't be that much. It's probably more like, let's just say 280 or something. Going home? Nice. We'll just put let's say the front is we'll just say 276. It's probably a little bit less. And then the rear, 477. So our front springs, let's make these stiffer, I think. And then the rear, I want firmer, so that'll help it rotate, I think. Yeah, somewhere in here, kind of like that. And then let's do our bump stops. Yeah, let's go softer. We'll want more of this kind of shape. Something like this, maybe. And how much is this weigh? Something like that. And the rebound, we want that pretty stiff so that if it bounces, it pushes the tire back down quickly. Not so stiff that it bounces. Something like 10. Something like that. 293495. Pretty close. Alright, roll center. Let's just make it ridiculous right off the rip. And then we'll tune it out if we don't need that much. Alright, let's do skip lap. So now the car should rotate a lot easier. May not have to give it so much steering input to get it to turn. It may spin out, we'll see. Front tires are cold. Yeah, she wants to twist now. Oh yeah, we can make that turn easily now. It's a little sketchy feeling though. But that's with bone cold tires too, so it's encouraging. Need to recheck our camber as we made a suspension change. So the rear's hitting +3 there, so yeah, it did change. We may need to add a little more camber on the rear now, and then we'll check the front. Yeah, the rear left was doing 0.3 positive, so it needs more camber on the rear. Alright, so car, tune, alignment, camber. Let's go up 3. Trying to get that tire to stay flat on the corners. Straightaway it doesn't matter much, you know. But on the corners, you got to get that camber perfect. Alright, now that left tire is 0. So that's on the money. Right tire, 0, yep. So let's look at the front on a sharper turn. See where we want to set that front camber. Really wants to twist now. I may have overdone it with the roll center offset. I'm not sure yet. There should be. Yeah, we can take that corner a lot easier now. Okay, front camber. Front camber looks good actually. That was 0 on the front right when I'm turning right. The front wheels, you got to look at the right if you're turning right, and left if you're turning left. I think it's set, so let's just drive it. Notice the brakes aren't locking up as much now that we've changed the roll center offset too. Kind of an interesting. Let's see if we can beat our previous best speed here, which was 180. That didn't seem as good. I thought we did 180 before. Let's try it again. Get our tires pulled up. Make sure they're up to temp before I judge it. And the brakes feel good now. See how much speed we can carry through here now. Ah, man. Fucking ruined my lap, you jackass. Why some idiot, man. Old school Quattro. Those were the Group B cars back in the 80s that were turbo and they had like 500 or 600 horsepower. And they were so dangerous because people would stand on the edge of the road near those cars when they came by, and some people got killed several times. It's their own fault, it's not the driver's fault. I think the roll center is just too wild. The Lola needs it, but this one might not. Where are we? There we are. So the front, let's keep high. And then let's put this at 0. See what that feels like. It should help it turn better, and then the rear won't be so drifty. Maybe it's too much. Save that document. Alright. Hello. Welcome to stream. I'm tuning a new car I just bought, so trying to get her dialed in. This is the Ultimate Evolution or Evo. Oh, we're going backwards. Interesting. Doesn't seem to want to turn now. God damn it. There's always somebody fucking up my damn... Trying to test and tune, these guys are just running over me. Gotta figure out what kind of speed I can hit on the straightaway. That tells me how much speed I'm carrying through the corners. These guys keep running into me and screwing up my suspension. Upsetting the suspension. Yeah, it feels more stable around there. 175. I think it'll go faster though. I want to see 180 there. Scoot over, dude. What are you... You jackass. Not really enjoying this open lobby. Because there's no race, they don't care because there's no penalties. I mean, this guy's actively trying to block me, clearly. Trying to see if I can hit 180 on the straight. Then I'll know I got the tune pretty good. Yeah, there's 180. Okay. So it's doable. Now, what if we add a little more to the roll set on the rear? We took all of it out. Let's help it turn some more. Go, let's see, what is the scale? 10, so do 4.9, that's half. Roughly. Alright, let's skip lap. Right off the bat, it's drifting now instead of turning. So it may be too much. Feels pretty good here. Doesn't feel like it's over rotating like it was when I had the rear roll set all the way up. Please don't hit me so I can get a clean lap, guys. Come on now. That's pretty clean through there. Should be. Wasn't as fast though. But we had traffic. I'm sure I lifted a little bit. Feels like I might be able to go a little further with the roll offset. It's not trying to drift too much. Trying to get it where it will twist almost to the point where it's going to drift. Drifting slows you down. That's not the fast way. See if I can get through here without getting run over. Alright, flat out. Oh, this guy's going to be right in the way, isn't he? So that makes me take that corner weird. I think we're okay there. A little late shift in the 6, but crossed the line there at 175 that time. I think if I didn't shift to 6 too late, I might have carried more speed. Yeah, it's almost drifting, but not quite. It's a new best lap, a 100 instead of a 103. And these guys drive like shit. They don't look where they're going at all. They don't care who's on the track. They just do their thing. Like they don't have mirrors. I think we're fast through here this time. Okay, 178 at the line. I screwed that up. Short gear in first. Can't be downshifting the first. Not gonna be the best lap, but still pretty good. What are you brake checking for, you idiot? That car's got twice the brakes as this, and he's braking 100 feet short. Yeah, it's trying to rotate. I don't want to draft. Get out of the way. What a douchebag. Okay, I'm tired of this. Let's go somewhere else. These guys are jackasses. We'll just go to somewhere that's going to have a race, because then there's penalties and they don't get away with that crap. They might do it in practice, but not the actual race, because they'll get booted out if you do it too many times. So, you know, that was like old Forza 7 track day meetups. Forgot how everybody's a jerk. There's people that go in there just to screw people up. They'll just sit in there all day and run people off the road and laugh about it. You know, they're having a good time doing that, trolling. Is there something new in here? It said something was new. What's new? Yeah, open track day. Yeah, we were just in there. Maybe that's why they got rid of it in this version. IndyCar Series and Career, feature multiplayer open wheel race with IndyCar. Okay. Alright, that's the level. Cars. Cars. That's the Ultima. Place in car bay. Let's make it the primary cars since we're gonna be racing with it. Okay, race. Let's just go to a race. It feels like it's good enough to race now. I don't know how competitive it is now. Ooh, look at our skill. 48.93. Came down a little bit. It was 49.50 something out of 49.99 possible. Probably from being in there and these guys ramming me all over the place. And now we got the rear wing angle all the way up. We may end up reducing that. I originally bought the car without the wing, and it was too unwieldy. It was just spinning out. It has to have a wing. And that's because the factory shape of the car was meant to have a wing. It's just smooth over the back, and that would be great for straight line drag racing, but not good for turning. You gotta have the wing. And whereas the Lola that I usually run down here, it has a factory duck bill, or ducktail rather, that little flipped up wing, and that helps the air go up and over the car. And put pressure down on the rear tires so it doesn't spin in the corners. So with it, you can actually delete you can take the wing angle and turn it all the way down. It's possible. It's a little sketch, but it's possible. This one, it was impossible. It just the factory body shape does not allow for that. It's just smooth. Alright, so let's see. We can set our fuel. So let's see. So it says the car will run a 210 with a 9. Now if we select our Lola, I'm just curious what it says. That it can do on this track. 207. So it says the Lola's a lot faster. There's a reason I've been using this a lot. It works really good and I got it tuned perfect, so not looking good for the Ultima. Fuel and tire. Okay, 210, yeah, 3 seconds faster, almost 4. That's really a 211. I don't know, let's just hope that estimate's not right. That's not looking good. And the braking distance is the problem. There's 10 feet difference, so we're looking to brake 10 feet shorter. Let's see, got all that set. That's set. Yes, we're still experimenting with this setting. Over here it was too unwieldy, it was drifting all the time. And we got all the rear angle. I've already set the brakes, the diff, and we'll leave it alone. I usually run 50% on the Lola and some on the D-cell, but this car, every time I downshift, it's spinning out, so we don't want to make that D-cell lock up quicker. Alright, I think we're ready to do some laps. Well, it's going to go straight into a race, looks like. So let's do a practice so we can adjust it on the fly. If we do qualifying, we can't adjust on the fly. But because we're not qualifying, it's going to put us at the back of the pack with all the people who didn't bother qualifying before the race. So we'll see. Looks like we had about 149 people come through on TikTok. Hello, TikTok people. We're also streaming to YouTube and Twitch, so hello to you guys as well. I'm saying guys broadly, I mean guys and gals. Sometimes we do have the ladies stop by. Really bumpy track because it's concrete instead of pavement. So you got gaps between the concrete pads for expansion. So when it gets freezing rain and then it freezes and it doesn't buckle the track. So that's why it's so bumpy on concrete. Same with highways, same thing. What I don't know is if these tires will make it through the whole race. So far the car feels pretty good. That's where I break with the Lola. I'm driving it like the Lola because I know what it's capable of. So I'm gonna drive this the same way as far as braking spots. I look at the signs on the side of the road and I stomp the brakes at 400 feet. They can make the corner, and I didn't even downshift to help it, because you can use the engine to help brake by downshifting rapidly. Not too rapidly because you'll break the tires loose. So far it turns pretty good. But these are the factory tires, and I don't know if they'll hold up like the sport tires. If we have to pit in the middle of the race, then I can't use this car, as you'll lose the race every time pitting. Unless you're running race tires and you can get 5,000 feet ahead of everybody. And then you can pit without them coming around you. Alright, we're going straight into a race here, it looks like. It feels pretty similar. I'm only getting 55 frames here. What's up? Let's turn on frame gen. That might smooth it out a little bit. Yeah, it's 109. That seems low. Let me make sure my video card is using the full performance. I mean, look at the tune-up. Yeah, it's only using 347 watts. We'll turn that up to 374. Now it's our frame rate. It's still low. I got something running in the background. I don't know. Race time. Race time with a brand new car. I just did the basic tune on it to kind of get it close. I need to, I moved that roll offset on the rear, so I need to double check the camber on the rear and see if it needs to be adjusted. Because sometimes you move one thing, you gotta check everything else. Once you're happy with the suspension, the last thing you do is adjust the tire pressure and the stuff like that. And braking. Because it's all hinged on one another. So this is what the car looks like before the race. Before it's wrecked. Pretty cool, huh? British built car. The Brits know how to make some cool cars. Kind of F1 style wheel. It's 1-to-1 with my real wheel here. So if I turn, yeah, it's 1-to-1. This guy's sitting here ramming me. What a douche. He's literally look at him, just yanking the wheel, trying to run everybody off the road. Serves you right. Okay, don't shift a second. There he is again. That's Sensing Phoenix. That's a buddy of mine. He's probably high as a kite. He smokes the strongest weed he can find right before he goes into a race. So he's probably not doing it on purpose, because I know him. He wouldn't do that. But he gets so damn stoned that he drives like shit sometimes. So it makes sense to me now. Like, what are you doing, dude? Let's see how it does around these long sweeping corners. Feels a little funny. Okay, don't shift to first. I really wish I had the race transmission here so I could make that first gear a lot longer. Don't want to cut that corner too much, it'll give you a penalty. There's some yellow lines there. If you cut in front of those lines, you'll get a penalty. So a 250 lap, alright. It sounds slow to me, but we'll see. A little wobbly. Okay. Don't go to first. Such a habit. In my Lola, first gear goes to 80 miles an hour because it spins bad, so you make the gear a lot longer. And also you can go through corners without having to shift. That's a hairpin, so we can go down to first there. So the brakes are better than it says. So maybe this is one of those cars where you just kind of have to ignore what it says. It's actually better than what they suggest. Because according to the braking distance calculator, it stops 10 feet further, 10 feet worse than the Lola. But in actuality, I think it's actually braking better. If I can... Okay, don't go to first. Ramen, yeah, it's almost ramen time. I'm gonna have to go to the grocery. I've run out of everything, but try not to spend the money. Got a phone bill too. And the tags need to be renewed on the Jeep, even though the motor's blowed up. Gotta pay for that too. I'm just absolutely tapped out right now. I think this turns better than the Lola through there. Usually I end up sliding way out. These are the factory tires instead of the sport tires, and I don't know if they'll make it through the whole race. Okay, I keep going to first gear there. Second gear in this car is like the first gear in Lola, so I just need to keep... Alright, this guy's just trying to run me off the track. Yeah, they always run you off the track and go, sorry. That's a... common. Yeah, this stops just as well as the Lola, so the estimator's wrong. Trying to sneak by this guy. Oh, well, it's a thought that counts, brother. I appreciate that, but... I used to get donations every once in a while because of my dedicated server for the Dirty Bomb game, so people would chip in on that. And sometimes they would chip in too much, knowing full well that they're doing too much, and I would tell them, like, it's too much, dude. Take it back. And they would insist, so I'm like, alright, fine. So I would end up, you know, with some extra money for the phone bill and internet and utilities and rent and all that. But now that Dirty Bomb is maybe dead for good, I don't know, we'll see. There's just nothing coming in. And I used to have a Rust server too, and I took donations to keep it up too, and sometimes that was profitable. Like, there were certain perks in the game that I could unlock for them if they donated, so people would do that too. But I don't have the Rust server anymore because my ISP will not open the ports I need on my modem. And like, well, if you buy your own modem, like, yeah, but if I buy my own modem, you guys aren't going to help me when I have a connection problem, are you? And they're like, nope. Like, what do, you know? That's a General Lee. Just a good old boy. It looks like a Charger in the back, but the body's long. It looks kind of like a Coronet. I wonder if that's a Coronet. I don't think that's a Charger. Gotta see the front grille. That is a Charger. Cool. Kudos to him for keeping it on the road. They're not really made for this. They were drag cars back in the day, but Richard Petty used one for oval racing and stuff. So we're in 7th place. You know, we're getting bumped around a lot. Hard to say that the Lola would do better. The calculator says the Lola's better, but I would have to do back-to-back laps to really see the difference. The tune-up must be pretty good because I don't have any complaints about any of it. It seems to be working pretty good. Other than that first gear being wildly too short. You could change the rear end differential and effectively make all the gears a little bit longer. But I think there might be too much gap between the gears. Doing it that way, and then it would be real sluggish accelerating from the next gear when you shift. I have the wing on here now. Maybe I could, because before it, without the wing at all, not having one on the back, it was impossible to drive. It just spun out all the time. Now that I've got the wing on there, maybe I can turn it all the way down, kind of like I do with the Lola. I may have too much wing on the back, slowing me down. That would slow down the acceleration, especially over 100 miles an hour. Feels a little more planted in the rear end than the Lola. That's why I'm thinking I might be able to get rid of some of the wing. It's a new best lap, 2:08.4. I wish I was beside some other cars so I can kind of gauge how fast it's really, you know, if it's slow on the straights or okay or what. Front end's pushing whenever I hit the brakes and turn. Just for a second, and then it hooks up, but it's kind of screwing me up a little bit. Corvette in front of me. Let's see how this compares to the Corvette if I can catch him. Just want to see on the straights how we're doing. It says in a quarter mile we're running 10.5, which a Lola will run a 10 flat. Just trying to figure out if this is better than my favorite car or not. Don't want to spend all that time tuning. This is a turbo car, so might benefit from trail braking. Brake a little later. Yeah, it brakes a little bit better than what's on paper. On paper it says it's 10 feet worse than the Lola, but it feels like it's 10 feet better. So maybe they got a typo in their calculator or something weird going on. Not really catching that vet. Maybe a little. Just trying to go third gear through here. Need to do third gear without going in the dirt. Second seems too slow. .206, that's our best lap. More rubber on the track, late race. I'm sure that's what it is. initial brake lockup is making me not hit my line where I think I'm going to hit it. Because I hit the brakes, it locks up and it slides sideways. Just need to be softer on the brake, I think. Roll into it more. Well, I like the car. It's fun to drive. I think we'll take the rear wing and reduce the angle so it's faster on the straights. Because we weren't really that competitive. With a 206, it's too slow. Now that's a meta car, so the first one, ignore that. Because that's one of the 4 fastest cars there is in the whole game, and that's not, we're not competing with them. Those are just a different class, basically. They should have their own. I don't want to. This track is terrible. So yeah, so if we look at the F1 GT 201, so we really need to be pro car, yeah, elemental. So we're pretty similar to the C7 Z06. That's why we couldn't catch him when he got around us when we went off the road. We're running the same lap time. But it might be the case that we can tune the rear wing angle way down, make it flat, so we have more top speed and we can actually start catching people. Alright, our safety rating went back up to perfect. That's as high as it goes. Our skills still hanging out there. That'll go up once we get to the podium. Let's see. So we'll go to Mugello and then we'll have some practice time before the race. But that doesn't open up for 4 minutes, so in the meantime, we can go ahead and change the tune a little bit. I don't know if you, yeah, I mean, your skill numbers will just go way down. I've been as low as like 3,200 or something, just because I was in a class. I just kept getting run off the road, and then I would retaliate, and I'd get points for that. So, and also if you disconnect from a race early, I think that gives you points. And I was testing and tuning, and I kept quitting. So I'd start a race, it's not, the tune's not good enough, so I'd just bail out. I wouldn't go do 20 minutes of it being ass. I kept doing that over and over, and it was the skill rating goes way down. And when the skill rating goes down, then when you're in a race, you're going to be put with people that are bad. So they don't have the skill, and the reason they don't have the skill is either they're bad at the game or they're rammers. So it was a shit show. I got stuck at the 3200s forever. I clawed my way back up, so that's why I didn't quit this race prematurely and go ahead and finish tuning it. But this next race, it's not open yet, so that means we can tune longer once we get in, when it opens up. But in the meantime, so yeah, the Lola says about 84 feet and like 215 or something. So, but in actuality on that race, it felt like the Ultimate, this car, the Ultima, is actually better than the Lola in braking. That surprised me. So this calculator may be off a little bit. The Lola can run a 10.0, a 9.8 if you really tweak the gears, but 10.0 is where I had it because I want the first gear longer. And then the top speed, I think is like 180 with all the wing, and then no wing is like 201. So this has more top speed. So it could be the case that, yeah, it doesn't accelerate as quick as the Lola because almost nothing does. It's amazing. But it might pull bigger on the other end, on the big end, we call it, along the end of the track. So our gearing, I basically got second gear to act like first in the Lola. So that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 effective gears like the Lola. Now we could make this longer, and then first gear would almost be usable, but still not. But then our fifth and sixth gear wouldn't even be used because we'll never go to 250. It can only theoretically go 206 with the wing and where it is. So that's why I made second gear to be kind of like first gear in the lowest. So as long as I don't shift down to first, unless there's like a terrible hairpin or the beginning of the race, we shouldn't be using first gear at all. It's too low. There's some hairpins where you get down to 30 on some tracks, but a lot of them are more like 50. So we could even do something like that, but then 6th gear would not be used. So I think we're better off the way I had it, which was like that. I'm gonna double check our alignment again, but I think it's about right. I'm happy with the springs and the dampeners. That feels pretty good. This feels pretty good. When I zoom this over to the right even more, these numbers make a huge difference. Every little bit's massive difference. So we might be able to go further with it, and that'll help the car get almost where it's drifting. But when I had it all the way, it was really drifting. And if we remove this rear wing, it's really going to want to drift. So with the wing all the way up, 477 pounds on the rear end, 10.5 to 10. So quarter mile time is going to be the same, but the top speed is going to be better. So after the quarter mile, which will be well over 100 miles an hour, it's really going to pick up speed. But what we're sacrificing here is our lateral G's. So right now it's a 135 at 60 miles an hour and 151 at 120. And the reason that number's higher is because the faster you go, there's more air shoving down on the rear tire, and that allows you to turn better. So the rear wing usually doesn't make a whole lot of difference up to 60 because the aero doesn't really kick in until about 100. But we probably sacrificed a lot of lateral G's above 100. Yeah, 153, 157. But you'll notice this one, the 60 mile an hour, is not moving a whole lot. 135 or 137, that's negligible. So 60 to 80 miles an hour, it's not going to make much difference. Or up to 60 is not going to make much difference. But I don't know if 151 is enough lateral G. Now, sometimes it is the case that you get a wing just right, that the car squats a little bit and then it's sleeker, and you can actually run more wing than no wing and actually go faster. So we could try some settings here. So we got 219. Let's see if there's a setting that allows us to run more down pressure and it actually still does 219. So yeah, right there, 218.8, 218.9. Go this way, 218.8. So what we're looking for is raise this up enough without killing the top speed so it's super fast on straights, and then we might get to a point where we get a little bit more lateral G without sacrificing speed. It's got to be a break point where that jumps up on the 120 especially. Let's just go over here, see if it'll. So there's a 153, and it's lost 3 miles an hour. $152. So 153. To get a 153, we're going to lose 2 miles an hour. That's 152. We lose 2 miles an hour. 153. We lose about 2. So we'll run just enough wing to get this to 153 without sacrificing hardly any mile per hour. I think that'll be a sweet spot. 217, 153. Okay, 217, 152. So we need 1 more pound there. And boom, we just picked up a little bit more grip. Without sacrificing, we went from 217 So 2 miles an hour we lose on the big end. You know, that's not going to make a difference. 2 mile an hour is not going to make much difference. Your exit and enter speed is going to be that much, so it's negligible. But here's how we had it. So we were losing almost 10 miles an hour with it the way we had it earlier. So 153. There we go. So that's the sweet spot. Only lost a couple miles an hour, and we picked up some G's. That should keep it stable around corners at high speed. And then we need to check. Let's see, that race is probably opened up, so we'll check our camber now that we got the downforce where we want it. I do need to re-look at the. Let me pull up my calculator. Windows calculator. I need to look. Now that we've changed the amount of pressure on the rear tires at high speed, we need to look at the suspension because we might need less spring. Because if you have less weight shoving down on the car or effective weight of the total car with the downforce and the car itself, you don't need your springs to be as firm. Let's see, is Magello open? Yeah. Let's go in here and then we can set the fuel and start tuning. We'll get a couple practice laps, maybe even qualify before the race starts. If we had enough time, we could go to the Lola and back and forth between the cars and see if the Lola on paper, it's going to say it's faster every lap by about 3 seconds on the last track. So I was kind of like disappointed, like, uh-oh, it's not going to be nearly as good as the Lola. I was hoping it was better. Come on. There we go. And we got it here. Yeah, we got some class 4 guys there. Alright, so car. Fuel. These menus suck. They're so wonky. Click, 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 click. Just takes forever to get it to do anything. Alright, so 12 laps. It says that we can run 157 with a 2. And then if we go to the Lola, so remember that number, 157 with a 2. And we set the fuel same. It says it can do a 153 with a 9, so yeah, so it's saying this is almost 4 seconds faster, the Lola is. But I've tuned that thing to perfection. It's absolutely perfect. Spent weeks and weeks and weeks on that thing. So not a fair comparison, but according to the calculator, the Lola will be faster. Now, is the calculator right? It was wrong about the brake distance, definitely. Alright, so let's get this fuel to 12 laps. Yeah, so instead of a 153.9, it's a 157.2. It's about 4 second different. So we got the fuel set. Let's go to the tune-up. Gearing. This is supposed to be 80 miles an hour. I don't know why it's not now. There we go. Maybe because the wing changed. I don't know. So it says it'll run 10.5. I'm pretty sure the Lola's about a 10.1 at 201. So this has more top speed. We need to check the alignment. Okay, let's see. How heavy is the car now? 2389. We'll get 47% of the weight on the front. So it's a mid-engine car. That's why it's so heavy in the rear. That's going to put more weight on the rear end. So maybe that's why it's better in some braking distance. Because I did add some more braking to the rear. I moved the bias to the rear a little bit. So I think our springs. Oh yeah, we gotta figure in the new arrow, and we don't even know how heavy the front is. I'm just guessing it's kind of like the Lola, about 276. The rear, before we had 477 pounds on the rear of the car to make it grip around corners. Now we're at 331. So if we do 331, that's going to be, springs need to be stiffer on the front and softer on the rear, I think. So 600, let's do 600, and then 680. Let's go a little softer on the rear because we're not pushing down as hard with the rear wing anymore. Right around there is pretty linear. Ooh, what happened to the ride height? Why is it up in the air? That should be slammed. I want a little bit of rake though. So the back end is a little bit higher than the front. Let's see if that slowed it down just a hair. It's faster like that. 92, 231. 93, 228. 231. 230. 229. 228. So it's diminishing returns. So yeah, a little bit of rake will help it slow down a little bit. And also it should put more lateral G's. Let's see, 153, 136. And it makes no difference there, but it does help with braking to have a little bit of a rake. So the air is going over the car and it's pushing it down. That helps it slow down too, without sacrificing too much speed. 217, 1050. Okay. So our dampening should be pretty similar. Maybe a little softer on the front. Most of the change is going to be back here. We don't need it to be so stiff in the back. 10.7. 93, 233. $601, 682. I think that's a pretty good starting spot. Hey, what's up, farmhand Andy? How you doing, bud? I think we met earlier at your buddy's farmhand. I just realized farmhand. You guys are way into the farming streams, huh? But Forza too? Do you play Forza as well? Like a Mega Farmer? 93, 233. Alright. Let's get on the track. Fuel is correct. 157 lap. It says we can run off 157. So let's go to practice. We're trying a different car today. This is the Ultima Evo or Ultima Evolution, whatever you want to call it. British built car. Not sure where in Britain, but my tires are cold. So we reduced the rear wing quite a bit. I want to see if we can make it around corners at high speed or if it's just going to loop out. So we got to look at our camber and get that set real quickly while we're waiting for the tires to warm up. Okay, tires are cold. Oh, you got a full setup for sim racing? What's FS25? FS, what would be FS? Oh, Farm Simulator. Oh, I got you. That's cool. Do you have a seat mover or something like that, or is it just a, just an office chair kind of setup like I got? This is kind of like a generic Arion chair. I don't know if you're familiar with Arion, but they're like the top of the line business chair, and one of the places I work, I used to work for corporate Fortune 500 banks and stuff doing their IT systems. And they gave me an Arion chair one time, and I was like, oh, that's like a $1,500 chair. And so the back is weaved like this, so air goes through it, and the seat is weaved, so air goes through it. It's open. Yeah. But this is like a generic version of it. I found some company that makes some that it's kind of like a knockoff. It's pretty good. But I don't have a seat mover. Like, I want to get like a proper sim rig eventually. Because I've got a real nice VR setup. I got the Pimax Crystal Light. And a pretty good GPU and CPU. So I would like to get a seat mover so I could really feel the car move around in the corners and stuff. Because I'm missing that. The wheel tells you what the front tires are doing. But a seat mover would tell you what the whole car is doing, you know? Because I don't race in third person. So I can't see the car wiggling. But just trying to set the camber real quick. I think the rear camera looks good. I need to double check the front. And I gotta check the brakes too. Okay, tires are getting up to temp. Yeah, the brakes seem fine. Maybe a little bit too tight, too much pressure. Let's see what this rear camber's doing. Yeah, the rear camber's perfect. I'm watching if I turn right, you gotta watch on the back. For the back camera, if you turn right, you gotta watch the left wheel. If you turn left, you gotta watch the right wheel. So I'm watching the bottom right, get close to 0. May have a little bit too much. And then on the front, if you turn right, you want to look at the right wheel. So that's about a half a degree too much. But these are bank corners, so you typically don't need as much camber. Whereas if you go to a track where it's like a negative bank, yeah, it's about half a degree too much on these lazy corners. But on a hairpin, it's probably going to be about right. Because I'll turn the wheel even more. So that camber is going to change. Yeah, that was 0 there. Front left, 0. So the front camera looks right. Just going to double check the rear because it looked like it was off a little bit. Not bad. Okay. 0. Yeah, that's right. So our camber's done. Now we just got to figure out, do we have enough wing to go through here at full speed? Brakes are locking up a little bit easily. Okay. Should be fast on the straightaway because we got the rear wing almost flat. It's barely doing anything. It's only adding a couple 100 pounds, 331 pounds actually. Yeah, front brakes are locking up. Okay, we got 2 minutes before the race starts, and we're qualified in, or we're not qualified actually. So let's see, can brake PSI help with the brake distance? 93.7, 233.2. 93.7. Mm. 229. Ninety-three point seven, 232, 93.7. Got a foot better there at 28 pounds. A couple feet better actually. Because it was 93.7, 233.2. Yeah, that's 2 or 3. That's a foot at 0 to 60 and a couple feet from 0 to 100. Yeah, I think that's our new setting. 28 pounds. Let's see about the rear. 92.2 is our new best. 230.9. 92.2, 230.9. No difference. No difference. Slightly better. Not really showing better there. 92.4, 231. Looks like 28 and a half. Ninety-two, 230. I think right there. So we're getting there. We've touched almost all of these now, I think. Yeah, we have. I think the brake needs to be a little softer, so I'm going to have to roll into the brake, I think. Oh, we got the Golf GTI bucket seat from the DW on the frame. Oh, that's cool. So it's comfy. A back massager and cooler for drink. Oh, shit. Raceable bumps and curves, tilts under braking, etc. too. Yeah, too cool. There's somebody makes some like a race harness that whenever you hit the brakes, it cinches up, so it gives you the feeling that you're braking. I do want to get that, and I also want to get a rumbler for the gas and brakes. So when I hit the brake and it locks up, the brake pedal will vibrate. If I floor the gas and it's spinning, the gas pedal will vibrate, so you know you've gotten too much throttle on it. That would be great for when you've got the traction control turned on. Just those little things that just add to the immersion. That's what I'm all about. So I've got the graphics cranked to the moon. Everything is set as good as it could possibly be. I'm curious why my frame rate's not so good today. Oh, I think I've got my desktop frame rate really high. My refresh rate on the monitor real high. And there's a little bug in this game. They actually capped the frame rate at 60 because it's an Xbox port, and they were lazy. And I found, no, I've got it set right. Why is it so low today? It's using the board power, 374. It's at 90% GPU. Maybe it's just because the whole field of cars, the frame rate's lower there. Yeah. I can't figure out what seat. Oh, this thing disconnected me, I bet. This game is so bad about disconnecting right when the race starts. So we'll go to Grand Oak, but that'll give us more tune-in time before the race. Yeah, I can't figure out which seat mover to get because it's such a big purchase. I've seen some people use some real basic ones that actually sit under just a regular chair kind of thing. And it's just a small square that moves around. So footprint-wise, that would be good. Because I've got the green screen behind me. On full rig, I don't know if it will, because some of those things are like a sled. They're really long. I guess I could move the green screen, of course, but just this office is probably only a 10 by 10, so it gets hot in here, and not much room with the green screen. Because green screen's like right here. Only about that far behind me. So I don't really back up. What are they doing now? Did it disconnect again? They must be doing maintenance. I bet they're rebooting servers or something. Probably everybody's getting dumped out. So I can lean back without hitting it, but I don't really lean back much. I've got it set pretty firm, so when I hit the brakes, it doesn't shove me around. Yeah, I feel you on that. I just want one that has significant degree of movement so that it's constantly tilting back, and giving you the G's. Because if it just tilts back and stays and doesn't keep on moving, it can't move very far. It's not going to continue to feel like you're pulling hard and hard like a real car. You know what I mean? That's my theory. I don't know. I haven't used any, so what do I know? But I think I want one that's got a lot of range. I'm not talking about one of those that's on a platform with the huge struts. Those things are probably 15 grand or some shit. I'm thinking more like the 2 grand to 4 grand at the most. I am a believer, if something is worth it equipment wise and not just a brand name thing, I am a believer in buy once and cry once. Do it right the first time so you don't go, oh shit, now I wish I'd got that other one. This isn't doing exactly as good as I hoped. One of my viewers said he bought his used and it had a warranty still on it, so I don't know. You would have to make sure that the warranty transfers to the new owner too, because a lot of companies on some products, the warranty is with the original purchaser, not who got, that way they're not warranting it through a bunch of different people. All right, so I think we got everything set here. I may need to play with the roll center offset. If it's too drifty, I can pull this over this way. Right now I've got it slid over to help it rotate, but that was with the full downforce on the wing. So now we've got no wing hardly at all. Just enough to pick up a slight G. Oops, wrong button. Damn it. Messed up. Okay, it still kept my setting. So let's go to, let's see. I think we already checked the camber. Let's check the brakes, because I think they're still locking up a little too easy. £580. That's not too bad, right? Yeah. I might have I used to race the Evos, Mitsubishi Evos. I raced and tuned those for a living for 10 years. And built them, tuned them, raced them, sold parts, did all that. I might be able to find a buddy that's got an old U seat, because some guys upgrade their seats, but the factory seats are really good. The Recaro. I think they were kind of blue on the sides, or black on the sides, the bolsters, and then like a blue houndstooth kind of pattern down the middle. Alright, let's see if this thing will break without locking up now that we changed the tire pressure a little bit. I think we went from 30 pounds of pressure on the front and rear to 28 on the front, and whoops, can't use first gear, it's too short. Can downshift to second, not first. So we reduced the tire pressure a little bit so it wasn't so firm. Seems like it's alright so far, and the tires are definitely going to be cold right now. This turn here coming up will be the litmus test, so to speak. Yeah, it's kind of twisty there. It's got a lot of front grip but not a whole lot of rear grip. This is one I like to go flat out in the Lola, or if I can. Sometimes I can. That's real good right there. Tires should be coming up on 10. Yeah, they're almost there. I like to see 200 to 210. So if they're cold and they're grippy already, and it's braking good already, that front right tried to lock up. Back end tried to come around. See if we can go flat out here. It's kind of drifting, so the traction control is kicking on. And it's kind of wonky there. It was kind of... I think the rear end's coming loose. It might need more downforce on the back. Or I can probably try the roll center offset first. And maybe inducing too much twist. That'll keep it from trying to drift so much.
Right. Okay.
BMW, do you see your name on the screen?
Yeah.
That means your mic's on. And tires didn't lock up that time.
Doesn't look up.
Okay, this guy's talking to his wife or something. Let's go to driver's list. What was his name? BMW something? There he is. Mute driver. I don't like muting the whole lobby because sometimes you meet some cool people in there, but not a lot of times you meet people that don't know how to handle their audio. And they don't care that they're disrupting everybody else. Okay, we're over 100 miles an hour, so this is where the rear wing needs to do some work. I feel like it's twisting too much, so let's go to the roll center. Geometry, and it's 4.9, so let's just go 4.0. We'll go 1 point at a time. And that should keep it from drifting as much. Needs some, but you don't want it getting so wide that its traction control is having to kick on all the time. If the traction control light comes on, that means it's detecting wheel spin. If it starts flashing, that means it's hitting the brakes. You don't want that. Felt pretty good through there, really smooth. And it's drifting here. All 4 tires were sliding. Still drifting a little bit. Hopefully the tires are warm, so I'm not basing this on cold tires. Let's go to a 3 here. See how that does. It's included to tilt, rumbler, back massage, or drink chiller. Yeah, that's so cool. Alright, man. Thank you, bro. Thanks for stopping by. It's real nice meeting you, too. And appreciate you. I think you said you subscribed on YouTube. So I appreciate that. I pump out some videos here and there. Some of them are gaming videos, and some of them are like high technical videos, like how to set up VR on different games and stuff. Partly from my own memory, because sometimes I revisit a game 6 months later. I'm like, how the hell did I get VR working in this game? Well, I'll pull up my YouTube video. I'm like, oh yeah, you got to do this and that. You know, there's little tricks with VR. It's not straightforward all the time. Still feels like it's rotating too much. Yeah, you subbed. I appreciate that. You stream as well, or if you do, you can pop a link to your YouTube or Twitch or TikTok, whatever. I'm streaming all three, Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok at the same time right now. So let's bring this down to a 2, because that was still kind of weird feeling, kind of drifty. So we're getting there. This tune is going to be really slick when I get done. And anybody watching that wants to try this car, you're welcome to watch my stream and copy my settings. I don't care. But just know it's going to be a live tune. It'll take me, you know, some time to get it dialed in perfectly. So what I have now may not be what I end up with later. We're experimenting. It's real nice through there. Better than the Loa, I think. There we go. We went through there without the traction control flashing that time. That's encouraging. So I think we'll maybe have that roll center offset about right, at least for this track. Are you? Okay. Oh, you just doing shorts right now? Okay. Well, feel free to post a link to your deal here. There's some people watching, so they'll probably click on it too and check it out. So. Oh, hey, IMV, sorry I didn't see the chat. Yes, I do have it up. This is Forza Motorsport. It's the one that came out in 2023. It's the latest one. Sorry if I missed your chat up there. The Twitch chat and YouTube are synced. So if you chat on there, on either one, it comes on the screen. But TikTok doesn't have that. I can't do it. So I've got a separate window pulled up for the TikTok chat, and then one down for Twitch that shows YouTube and Twitch. So I don't have to monitor YouTube. So I'm just monitoring Twitch and YouTube through the Twitch stream, if that makes sense. Oh, got to be a moderator for links. Oh, sorry about that. But that's your name, Farmhand Andy, right? So we can search for Farmhand Andy on YouTube. Since you're chatting from YouTube, that should be your handle in there, right? So let me pull it. I'll pull it up on my Farmhand Andy. Race is about to start. YouTube. Farmer Andy? I guess that's not you. Okay, I'll search for it after the race, and I'll get you a new subscriber. Well, I won't keep you, bro. I know you gotta go, so I appreciate you coming through. I'll catch up with you later, I'm sure. So this is a good test to see if I can keep up with the pack. I don't have to be in first place to have fun, but I don't want to be in last place. So if I can hang with, you know, second, third, fourth, fifth, that's fine. That's all I really care to do. I don't care if I get first place. I like to get a podium, so first through third is great, but all I'm really looking for is to race beside fast cars. So I feel like I'm at the track again. That's all. So far, we're kind of hanging with these guys, I guess. Which stands to reason. I mean, it should be a pretty good car. We just got to get the tune where it's a little more stable. The front end's kind of wobbling a little bit. Maybe too much roll center. Alright, take care. Thank you, bro. I appreciate the well wish on the stream, too. Okay, we're going sideways for some reason. Okay, that's weird. Maybe it's a mid-engine thing. We should have some really good top end. But that car in front of me is one of the meta cars, so it's super fast. If we're able to keep up with it, though, it seems like. Traffic is the great equalizer. Traffic and tires. I just hope these tires will make it through the whole race. Uh-oh. It might need more wing on the back. It's a little sketchy. I think we'll reduce the roll center offset on the front too. It feels like it's kind of wobbly. It's kind of hunting. Real smooth through there. Every time I shift the car, the front end feels like it's trying to change lanes. Okay, he's a little slow through there. Not a car issue, more like a skill issue. It's not very smooth. Are we finally gonna pass somebody? guy's beating me to the corners, but then he's slower in the corners, I'm pretty sure. Seems like it. For some reason this car is like just, the whole thing's going sideways. I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, we smoked him through that corner. Off-track time game. What is it talking about? This game screws up sometimes and gives you somebody else's penalties. It wouldn't be the first time. So we're in 5th. It's not too bad. A little wide there. We're up 8/10 over our best lap, so we're picking up speed. Partly getting used to the car, and also less and less traffic as everybody gets spread out. It's not less traffic, it's just spread out so you can pass people now. Whereas early in the race, it's jam-packed, door to door. Definitely trying to drift there. Did it just give me another penalty? I don't even know how. I don't know what I'm doing wrong that's getting me a penalty every lap. Unless it's giving me somebody else's penalty, which I've caught it doing before. Oh. Can't shift to first in this car, it's too slow. It locks up the rear tires when you do that. There's something funny about the front end. It's got to be that roll offset, it's just too high. Yeah, it's doing more drifting than turning. Nah. Steering wheel's messing up, it's not wanting to shift. He doesn't want me to pass. He's flooring it when he shouldn't have. Let's see if we can go through here. Yeah, it's drifting too much. We gotta mess with the roll center some more. Tail end just keeps coming around and around unless you get on the brakes. That's no fun. Rotation is good, but this is too much. Let's go a little slower through here so we don't go off the road. So this car's nice and stable. Mine's doing this. Yeah, it's just... slows down too much for these corners. But I'm not fast enough to pass him on the straight, so it's kind of a dilemma. He went off the road. That makes it easy. Finally, I can do a lap without a car in front of me blocking me. It's our new best lap, 117. There's more rubber on the road on the second half of the race. whole lot of that after every corner. So the front end's still doing something weird. I'll have to experiment with it. Just doesn't feel natural. I just don't think it should be fighting me that much. It wants to automatically counter steer. Like that. It goes woo-hoo. Just yanks the wheel out of my hand. It's kind of weird. I think we might be able to tune it down. I hope so. Off track. Whatever, whatever. Yeah, if I can get the front end to quit wiggling and yanking back and forth, this will be pretty fast, I think. Well, we're in fifth place, so it'll be interesting to see what car beat us. And we spun out several times, so it don't matter, but be interesting to know. It's got some people watching on YouTube and Twitch and TikTok. Hello, everybody. Good morning. I should say afternoon. It's 12:45 in Tennessee. You want to fight? Let me get the referee in here. Get the gloves on. Ooh, Mount Panorama. That's my favorite track. Good deal. So let's see. We did a 117 lap. So we were fast enough. That's a Chaparral that did 117. So we were right there with him. Actually, a little faster. But the fastest guy only went 116. So he was just consistent. He was really fast. He's in a Lola, which is my other car. That's a race car. Yeah, okay. So a little slower than the fastest guys, but not a whole lot. And we just tuned it, so. Yeah, there's something funny on the steering. It kind of does this after every turn, so it's making me yank around. But I think it's in the front end. I don't feel like the rear end's moving. The rear end's trying to drift too much. That's because the wing, I don't have much wing on it. But I could also move the roll offset. I may have it way too high on the front too. The rear end's getting close. It's almost where I want it. And it could be that once I get the front fixed, the rear will feel fine. So I'm going to just adjust the front first. So car. Let's put our fuel in first. 10 laps of fuel is enough. It says we can run a 214. And if we go to geometry, let's make these match. 2 forward, 2 back. That's the twist of the car. The front one makes the front end dive in better on a corner, and the rear one makes the ass end kick out. So you're effectively making the car rotate easily. So that way you don't have to turn the wheel this much to get it to go around a corner and just ruin your tires. The body will naturally want to come around. So that's what we're going to try. That's a drastic change, so hopefully that quits doing this weird thing that's bugging me. Did that move? It did move. How did I move that? Let me just cancel that. No, and then go back in. Something. This menu is really goofy for Windows users. It doesn't like mouse very much at all. So it's always moving stuff when you don't mean to. Yeah, it didn't. Why is that off center? I don't know. Anyway. I think it saved it. Race. Let's just go to practice so we can tune on the fly. If you go into qualifying, you can't tune it on the fly. You have to exit qualifying and then go back into the tune. This would be a good test for the low speed twisties, because at the top of the mountain it's crazy twisty. And I know what the Lola can do, what it's capable of just by the feel of it. Okay, the front end didn't do anything crazy there. Brakes locked up, but tires are cold, so we're not going to sweat that. But the main thing is that it's not acting crazy when I come off a corner now. So was that front roll offset was too crazy. Okay. Change the emblem. Oh, is that a banana? My diet pretty much consists of biscuits, banana, oranges, ramen. Yeah. Water. That's it. And when I say biscuit, I mean like a breakfast biscuit, you know, sausage and a little biscuit with sausage in the middle. This feels pretty good through here now. Brakes are still locking up easily, but tires are probably cold. This thing's fast. But will it stop? Yeah. Yeah, it stops. Seems more forgiving now, whereas before I just couldn't hardly keep it on the road. Pretty good. Yeah, when I get back to work, then I'll start getting, I usually get sushi and Mexican and, you know, different stuff from restaurants in the neighborhood or in the city. I like that. I like Dairy Queen. They've got a little box lunch kind of thing that's got I think it comes with like 3 strips of chicken, 3 chicken strips, and your choice of a sundae, which is sundae meaning like ice cream and with like fudge or strawberry on top, chocolate or strawberry on top. And it comes with fries and a drink. It's like $7. Pretty cheap. A lot of food. Plenty. There's the wall. A little sketchy. Okay, that was first gear. Yeah, stay out of first gear. It's so damn short. Only useful for hairpins. Like here. Yeah. Steering wheel's starting to screw up. It might stop shifting, we'll see. Okay, let's go qualify, even though we won't finish a lap. It'll keep us from being in the very back with people who didn't even bother qualifying. Theoretically. The wheel's screwing up. I think we better reset the wheel real quick because it's acting up. Let it recalibrate here. It's alive. It's alive. Like Dr. Frankenstein. Did you ever see the movie Young Frankenstein? Gene Wilder. It's an old movie. They had color back then, but they shot it in black and white to kind of give it an old film noir look, I guess. Gene Wilder's the one that played Willy Wonka. Let me in. Yeah, it's a really funny movie. If you like Gene Wilder, he had some hit movies in the 80s with Richard Pryor and the comedian. Gene's a pretty good actor too. But anyway, yeah. Let's see, we got our fuel set. Yep. Says we can do a 214. We've done I don't know what we've done so far. There's one guy, good lord, he's already done a 211, so. But I do know this track very well, so as long as the car performs correctly and I got the tune, I I should be able to get everything that's possible out of it. That's what I'm thinking. One banana down. I'll probably eat 2 more today. Yeah, this is 1-to-1 synced. You got it down, calibrated good. Yeah. He was good in Willy Wonka. Like right when the movie starts, you're like, this guy's weird. You know, he's like walking up with a cane, and then he leaves his cane sticking in the road. So right then you knew, like, oh, he could be dishonest. So it's a really unusual character. Well, these guys are ramming already. And the wheel's flashing again. Can't really see my shift point. Oh, this is the guy that was in the race with me before. He's slow. Tires are cold, so I gotta be careful. Sometimes I forget and I just drive it like normal, you know? Give it hell and it's like sliding around. Yeah, he's slow through here, which is good. I think I can get 5th place from him. But he's fast on the straights. Shit. Damn slow car. The answer is yes to everything. Okay, somebody went off the road. That guy's like in the middle of the damn road. Like, dude, fucking learn to get over. You're in the slowest class car there is, blocking everybody. So now I gotta play catch up to catch the pack. Uh-oh. Did not want to turn. Alright, I gotta get behind these two again. Still feel like the front end's kind of doing a weird twisty thing. I'm not real sure. And it could be that I wind up with the factory roll center offset. You know, maybe it's already dialed in from the factory. And I'm just, you know, making it worse. Now we're gonna see what's up. Yeah, we got another gear. Dude jammed on the brakes at the top of the hill for some reason. It's about 200 feet shorter earlier than he should have. Woo! Luckily that wasn't one of those rubber walls that stop you. Just pushing the car because there's nobody right in front of me. I got to figure out what it can and can't do. Having to dodge them. They're going so slow. This is a different guy. Maybe he won't hit the brakes at the top of the hill. Oh, he brakes way too fucking early too. Good lord, man. I'm wrecking because these guys are hitting the brakes like so early. They're chicken. I don't brake until I see the 200 mark. They're braking top of the hill. Can't even see the sign from there. Get out of my way. Yeah, too close. I think this car has potential. I would have to do back-to-back laps between it and the Lola to see if there's really an improvement over the Lola. I don't think it's faster than the Lola, but I think on the big end it is, top speed wise, but acceleration, the Lola is just unbeatable pretty much. But because the Lola's acceleration is so great, a lot of first gear is spent in traction control, but it's trying to spin all the time. This one doesn't have as much acceleration, so I feel like it might leave the corner just about as well because it doesn't have to get into traction control. I guess what I'm saying, it's more usable power. Let's just do this. I'll take the hit. Oh, it called it an illegal track pass. Whoop, that's going to be a big penalty. I'm trying to get in front of this guy because I want to see how fast this car will go, and I want to brake at the right spot because these guys are doing it way too early. I'm still flat-footed over the hill. I go wide open. Here he comes. There you hit the brake. New best lap. When I first hit the brakes, it always locks up. Need to roll into them easier, but then it won't stop as good, so I don't know. Gotta figure it out. Somebody brought Mom's car to the track. Oh, he's on the brake real early. Watch this thing be crazy fast. Yeah. A lot of times these little cars, people do motor swaps in them and make them just... Straight line speed is just incredible sometimes. Where is he going to hit the brakes? Yeah, about a mile too early. Yeah. Just a good old boy. Never meaning no harm. Good times. Yeah. I was saying that guy brought his mom's car to the track. A little grocery getter. As a singer. I do sing, I just don't do it in public. Not usually. But I have been thinking about getting my guitar back out and maybe record some songs that I can play. Maybe upload that to my YouTube. And then if they're good enough. If they're not good, then I won't share them. But I think I could probably sing and play at the same time. Maybe. I sing better than I can play because I haven't played guitar in so long. I used to know a lot of songs when I was a kid, and it was funny. My brother took guitar lessons, and he would come back from guitar lessons, and I would just listen to him play, and then I would play it. He was like, "How'd you do that?" I had to take lessons. Like, I don't know. I just study what it sounds like and try to imitate that. So I don't have perfect pitch or anything, but I can distinguish the notes. But I don't know any notes. Because I played by ear, I didn't read sheet music. The only time I read sheet music was like when I was like in grade school. I was a drummer for the school band, and I played trombone and did the bass drum, and I did snare drum and trumpet. Tried all kinds of stuff. Ah, that's first gear. Got what? Don't go to first. Now I have to sing. Got it. I remember in high school, a lot of the football players took a chorus class, a singing class, just because it was, you know, not math and not science. But I didn't take it. But one of my best friend in high school that I always rode around with, he had a bit of a speech impediment. Like, I don't know how you would explain it. He didn't stutter, but it always sounded like he had like, almost like he had too much, like he had a mouthful of water or something. So people would give him a hard time about that. But he had the best personality. It was so fun to hang out with. Anyway, so he took that chorus class, and he found out he was tone deaf. He could not mimic a sound to save his life. Poor guy. So on top of the speech impediment, they had him on that. They're like, bro, you can't sing. Like, don't sing. Don't ever do it again. I don't know if you ever saw that show, American Idol. There was always like some kids that would show up that were tone deaf, you know. They were so bad, but to them it sounded normal. But in their hearing, they could only hear certain range of noise, and so they would imitate it that way. And then other people's ears, they can hear the wider range, it seems like. And they could imitate better. Kind of getting used to the car. It's just different because I have to be in one gear higher than the Lola. It's the way this one's geared. Second gear in this car is like the Lola's first. Third gear is like the Lola's second. So I'm having, you know, I've memorized what gear I need to be in on this track, and now I'm having to relearn it differently. Whew. That was weird. I think, I don't know what I'm doing here. Not concentrating, I guess. Like normally I would, in the Lola, I'd be in first gear here. If I shift to first, this thing will lock up the rear tires because it's not enough gear. Here we go. Oh, you want me to sing? Oh, Lord, no. I sing to Silly Kitty. She probably knows the words to some songs by now. Fireworks. That was the last lap. So we wound up in 5th place. Nothing to brag about, but Stayed on the track for the most part. Yeehaw! Hey, don't wreck my car. I can't reach any notes. Yeah. I think you can train your voice, you know, by practicing that stuff. And reach higher, you know, to some degree, higher ranges and lower ranges. Yeah, that's a cool looking car, huh? Big old turbos back here. Kind of looks like a C5 Vet in the back. Especially if it had 2 lights instead of 3. I painted it orange and then the wheels were already gold, so I haven't actually spent any time making it look pretty yet. I was like, I don't have an orange car, so let's make it orange. Hockenheim Ring, that's a good track. So how did we do? 217 was our best lap. We had a guy in third that did a 216.8. So I could have done as well as third, potentially. He had a faster lap, but it was dirty. He cut corners to get that time. He's got clean lap 213. And these are kind of Metacar stuff here. This one, that one's really, I don't know how he did that. Be honest with you, I don't know how he did that. A 209, I mean, he's 4 seconds faster. He's like 8 seconds faster than me. Yeah, there might be some bullshittery going on there. Weird. Maybe not, but kind of makes you wonder sometimes when you see somebody that's way faster than they ever should have been. Hello, TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube people. See some new people coming in and out. Welcome. We're playing Forza Motorsport. Alright, so our safety level stayed. I know it dropped from S, which was perfect, down to A. It's still good. Our skill's still dropping because we're driving this new car. We're tuning in it, and it's not as fast as my other car, I don't think. But it sure looks cool. How can they cheat on a racing game? There's cheats out there that can make it where it doesn't like it has like perfect grip and or make it faster, you know, where there's no aero problems, you know. That's the only problem with PC is that you can, you know, download and install cheats. So sometimes when you see a car that's like 9 seconds faster than you on every single lap, you know, it's like okay. You know, I get it. I didn't drive perfect on this one, so, you know, that may be part of it. But he was still 4 seconds faster than some really fast cars. So, and it was in a car, Janetta, and that one's not even, it's not one of the meta cars. It's not a great car, so, I don't know. It just seemed kind of weird, you know. Sometimes you see a car go way too fast for what it is, and you're just like, that ain't, no, dude. Something's up. So I don't want to call cheats on it, but it just seemed kind of suspicious. That's all. Let's go to the next race. That lobby kicked me out for some reason. It does that sometimes. This race starts in a few minutes, so I think I'm going to take that front roll center offset off, that positive number, and bring it back to 0 to the factory spec, because I don't think it's really helping me. My dog, you calling my car looks like a dog? What are you talking about, man? It's clearly a cat. Let's see. I think we're in Germany, yeah? Hockenheim Ring. It's Germany. Okay, there it is. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's kind of got a little face, doesn't it? That's all. I mean, look at that bubble canopy, like a LMP car or something. It's like a Corvette with the LMP top. It's weird. Corvette rear end. That's what it looks like. It's weird. Got ducts for the air to come through over the brakes. It's British. I set our fuel first before we forget. I want 2 extra laps of fuel just in case we need to do a donut. Yeah, I'm just, it's the same thing. I just don't know if that guy was cheating or not. It just seemed kind of suspicious. When you see somebody in a car that's not typically does very good and they're like 4 seconds faster than the entire field, it just makes you wonder, you know. That's all. Okay, so let's go to our suspension geometry. Let's put this at 0. Because I'm still feeling kind of, it's kind of fighting me coming out of corners, like it's trying to turn for some reason. And that could be it. And the rear, that's the drift, how much I want it to drift. I will leave that alone. Because it seemed okay. It's going to be, it might need more now that this is less, because they're kind of hinged on each other a little bit. One makes the front turn in better. One makes the rear end turn out better, if you will. We don't have time to do much of anything. It's going to be right into the race in just a few minutes, so we may get 1 lap just to kind of see how it goes, you know. There it is. Maybe I should paint it black. Black with gold rims or do silver rims. I just chose some wheels that fit the car and got me under the 800 point spec, so I didn't have to get out of the class. Ooh, yeah, this thing turns in pretty good. I don't think it needed all that roll offset. The Lola has to have it to turn. This one turns pretty darn good already. But in changing that roll offset, I need to double check the front camber again. So here's a sharp turn. Yeah, it's about 0. On the front right. Yeah, it's about 0. Paint it yellow? Why would I paint it yellow? Like a banana? I do like bananas. And I am a little bananas. Hello. Retro Rage. Thank you for the follow, sir. Appreciate that. I haven't tried the Indy cars. No, I think that's something new in this update, isn't it? Seemed like there was something about the Indy cars in this update. These tires are really locking up easy. I probably need to back the brake pressure off a little bit more. This is a good corner to see if I can go flat out in. Probably need to turn a little sharper, but it might do it. I need to start my turn earlier and more aggressively, but it might. Car's starting to feel pretty good now. Starting to feel more stable. Yeah, it turns in nice now. Let's double check this front camber on the left front tire. Yeah, that's good. See the rear, back left. Hey, the back left has too much camber now. About 4 degrees. Alignment. Let's try that. That should help it in straight line too, because that means the rear tire is not tilted to make corners. It's flatter, almost flat. And that way, when you're going straight, it should hook better. Yeah, I got the Honda and Chevy 2025 versions. Oh, cool. That's cool, man. Is there like a league or something? Not a league, but is there like a bucket just for those cars now? I didn't look at it yet. Well, yeah, so that camera goes to 0. I'm pointing at my monitor like you can see my finger. But I think we got the rear camera set right now. Hello. Let's see how many people came through on TikTok so far. 174. Hello, TikTok peeps. Got 4 on YouTube, 3 on Twitch. If you guys have large monitors like mine, what I'm sending to all 3 services at the same time, or platforms at the same time, is 3440 ultra wide by 1440p. So Twitch limits me to 720p for now until I'm a partner. I'm just an affiliate, and so it's 720p on there more than likely, and then YouTube is 1440p, 60 frames. And then TikTok, I'm not sure about the resolution. I think a lot of people on TikTok are using a phone, but not everybody. On a phone, it won't matter. 720p is going to look great. You could probably even run 360 or 480p if you want to save bandwidth, and it'll look almost identical. Hey, Jamie's. Welcome. Jammies. I said Jamie's. I'm guessing that's jammies. Like pajamas. Maybe. Alright. So this car, we just bought this, and I'm manually tuning it. I don't download tunes. I do my own tuning, so just trying to bring some of my real world racing knowledge into the video game and see what we can do. That first gear is so short, I forgot to shift. I was waiting for it to get 100 miles an hour. It's not set up that way. I think this guy in front of me, Crumbly, he's going to be a good racer. Because he scooted over to even let me have that outside lane, but I didn't take it. Most people don't do that. So maybe he'll be a nice clean racer. We should have some pretty good top end because I removed the rear wing. I barely got it doing anything. Now, this is a super hairpin, so we can actually get down in first gear for once. There's probably 2 places in the track that will go down to first, and that's it. Should be that hairpin there, and just the very beginning of the race where you start off in first gear. All of this will be second gear. Okay, I need to commit to this corner better. Come in with a sharper turn. Down to second. Should have plenty of RPM and therefore torque to pull out of the corner in second. Down to second. Up to third. So we're in 4th place. We're doing fine. I think one more thing I need to do is let's see what the temperature is. And it's not fully warmed up yet. I want to see 200 to 210, somewhere in there. That corner could possibly go down to first, but it would be immediately shifted. It wouldn't do much good. But I think I still need to reduce the brake pressure a little bit. It still wants to lock up when I first tap the brake. Well, it didn't that time. Whoa, dude. He's going too slow. I almost ran over him. We need to practice that corner there and see if we can get it to go through there flat out without having to lift off the gas. It'll be faster that way if I can get it right. And we turned a little sharper there this time, and it made it through. Down to third. We don't need a whole lot of speed here. We want to keep the RPM up. And while I'm driving this, I'm thinking about that roll center offset, and do I need more of it on the front or not? The more I add, the sharper it can turn, and it seems like I'm going a little bit wide. But too much, and then every time you come out of a corner, the wheel does this. It like fights you. So this is first gear. See, I can't hardly move, and this it only go 40 miles an hour. So I think we're better off just staying in second so we don't have to shift. Down to first for this hairpin, and we're going to immediately shift. It may be better to keep it in second there. We'll have to practice. Alright, let's see if we can go flat out through here. Starting to turn way early. Maybe too early. Yeah, I got a penalty. Sharper here. No. I turned too much, and the tires got hot. So we're just trying to figure out the limits of the car and whether or not we need to change the tune-up. A couple little things I want to fix. I feel like it's definitely not turning in as well. But I don't want that weird deal where it fights the steering wheel when I come out of a corner. So we might just go to the rear end and move the offset on it. The roll offset. Make the rear end come around, and that'll effectively make the front make the turn. So not first gear here. We'll just do second gear. Yeah, that's better. I think we might be able to get him here if I get behind him and draft. Yeah, he's trying to keep me from drafting. That's why he's going left and right. But he opened himself up for a pass by doing that. Let's keep it in second here. It's a drag race. That's what we want to do right there. Now we're getting out of the rubber. I got to start these turns a little sooner. But not too soon, because it's wanting to push out too much. Rubbing is racing. We're not worried about these little tiny bumps. I don't think that's intentional. It's just part of racing. And there's nothing wrong with weaving to get people to out of your air. So I'm drafting behind him, so I'm catching up. That's why he's moving out of the way. He wants to move back over, but I'm catching him before he can get over. And I'm going to dive to the inside so he can't grab it. That 1-2 shift is so slow. I should have left it in second again. Missed my turn in, I couldn't see it. Whoops. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's all good, man. Robin's racing, baby.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't on purpose. I saw your breaking point. Good racing, by the way.
Yeah, it's fun. I was telling my Twitch, I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube and TikTok at the same time, and I was just telling them, like, that little bump back there that Crumbly hit me, and I was like, that wasn't intentional. And I said this very same thing. A little Rubbins race, and that's okay. It's all about the intent behind it, you know? Probably should stay in third gear there. Got pretty far ahead of him this time. Okay, we're going to keep it in second instead of going down to first.
I think my car locked up back there. Went a little deep.
Oh yeah, that'll do it. Almost flat out through there. We're getting the hang of that corner. Stay in the rubber here. I will say these factory tires hold up better than the sport tires I run on the Lola. They're barely even messed up. So the sport tires probably have more grip, and these are a little bit harder. Whoop, that's first gear. Don't do first. Whoa, whoa, wee. That was exciting.
How are your tires looking?
I was just telling the chat, the tires look almost perfect. These are the factory tires. I usually run sports on my Lola, and by halfway the race they would be probably about 30% done. These probably look like they're only about 10. It must be a pretty hard tire. So I think I'll probably have over half the tire left by the end of the race, the way it's looking.
Yeah, I have mediums on. I'm going to have to go in soon.
Oh yeah, they do give up, don't they? Well, I'm just screwing around. I'll wait for you.
They have a 6-time multiplier to their tire wear.
6?
So
I thought it was 4.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Is it 4?
Yeah.
Maybe they've changed it, but
yeah, they changed it a while back. Yeah. I made a post in the Forza Insider developers forum about the tire wear is ridiculous on this game. Because I go to a real racetrack, I don't have to change the tires in 10 minutes or 20 minutes. It's ridiculous. It's just not realistic. And it's not fun, so, you know, it's like, what's the point? And their reply was, well, there's a group that was racing in something other than multi-class that wanted tire changes. I'm like, well, just let them change their tire. Don't
keep
make
it in that.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta bring it to my game mode.
Yeah, because the tire wear is different in different modes. I think on race, if you do R class, when that bucket opens up sometimes, I think it's a 2 times multiplier in that one.
Well, the multi-car one that they're doing right now with the 350, the Ferrari, the R8, and the NSX, That one has 0 increase in tire wear. I can run softs the entire race.
Yeah, that's what I want to do, because, I mean, that's what it would be like in real life. You would run sticky tires for a 10 or 20 minute race. You wouldn't put hard tires on. I don't know. I just, you know, they're trying to force a pit for some reason.
Yeah, but then all that really does is just force everybody to use the street tires.
Yeah. I've almost got no wing on the back of this thing. That's why top end's pretty good.
Same.
Yeah.
I'm level 46, I think, when I enter this, so I'm missing some of my power mods.
But you can go ahead and buy them anyway. You don't have to wait till it's level 50.
Oh, I know. I didn't have enough points.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I needed those.
You buy a lot of cars? I just got like a couple cars in my stable.
No, not money, points, like the actual, like, for the vehicle itself. Its levels wasn't high enough, because the more levels you get, the more points you get to spend on components, right? What I needed was those component points.
Oh, whenever I go to buy something, if I don't have the points, it'll tell me, like, you can have an option to get points. And it uses your money to convert it to points that you need. So I've not had any problem upgrading this thing fully, and it's only a level 37. I've just started driving it this morning.
Hey, what?
Or
That
yesterday.
must be something new, because it used to have to be, like, each and every vehicle had to be
Yeah, it did.
leveled up.
Yeah,
Did
they
they change it?
Yeah, months and months ago they changed it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so you should be able to, yeah, because some people were complaining, you know, I just want to jump in the car and level it up real quick and hit the track and be competitive. So they changed it a while back. Because when I first got the game, you did have to. Yeah, whenever I first got the game, you did have to level it up to like 50 to open up a lot of the stuff. Which was kind of cool because it kind of added just a little bit of a grind, but nothing crazy.
I also like to have more than one of the same kind of vehicle. Like I have two 370s, I have two, and it just made it such a pain in the butt because I would have one level 50 and I'd be like, alright, let's go do the other one because I wanted like a Class A and a Class B.
Yeah.
Nah, you get to start all over. And so I'm glad they at least added something.
Yeah. Your tire's about shot. I saw you're falling behind.
Yeah.
Alright.
And I'm getting caught up in traffic too.
Yeah, I'm slowing up here. I'll go ahead and I don't usually pit, but I'll pit just so we can do some laps. There's a few minutes left anyway. A few more laps. So the mediums didn't quite make it, so the hards probably would have made it, huh? But not as grippy.
I don't know.
I would think so. If you made it this far, because you almost made it to the end of the race.
I mean, all of them are red. It's bad.
Oh yeah, yeah. Maybe mediums or hards. Maybe they won't do it. I always ran sport tires. I like because they'll make it through they'll be about half done by the end of the race.
Yeah.
I'm gonna skip fuel, but I'm gonna get tires. But they look really good. I was really shocked that they're that good. Because I was going to throw sport tires on them because I know those tires made it through. But when I did, it was like, oh, it's going to cost an extra 20 points or 30 points. There was just no way I could cram all that in there.
Oh, you're gonna want to go.
I'm going.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, that pit exit's very misleading. Gets me sometimes. It'll just be sitting there with 0 throttle. I'll be like, what?
Yeah.
It's already released to me.
Do you play any other racing games?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
When I had my PC set up, it was doing like Project Cars 2 and stuff.
Oh, okay. You on Xbox?
No, I'm on PC still. I just
Oh,
don't have
okay.
everything hooked up for it.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I'm on PC as well. Start that turn early as heck. Usually you can carry all the speed through. I keep shifting down to first because my other car is a Lola and it has a very long first gear. And this one only goes to 40 miles an hour, so it's like instantly has to shift. Man, these cars are pretty similar in a way.
I put softs on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it should help. Might as well with no more time that's left, huh?
You have a distance penalty though, and I don't.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't really care about the position. I'm just really just tuning the car today. I have more fun just racing beside other people than just going for the win, you know?
I was looking around at other things on the track. Whoopsie doodles.
I did. They also added. I don't know if you played. Did you play Forza 7?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Well, they had an open track day thing in there, so there was all classes. Anybody can come in there. There's no race. It's just a long practice session, and they've just added it to this Forza, which was nice.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, so there's like Indy cars in there, LMP cars, street cars, R car, it's everything. So it's kind of interesting. You see all kinds of stuff I don't usually see because I'm always just in the S class. But
Soft tires really changed it up.
yeah, but the only problem is there's also some trolls in there because there's no penalties. So the trolls are like blocking the track and doing silly shit like they used to do in Forza 7. Yeah, good race, dude. Those cars are pretty similar.
Yeah. Well met, sir. Well met.
Yep. Javelins up there.
Hope that puts me up to 50. We'll see.
Yeah. That's right, Thor. I just went to the pit just to wait on him and finish the lap because my goal is, I mean, it's great to get first place. I know everybody wants to see that, but for me, what I'm really interested in is doing fast laps with a car that's different than mine. So that was like perfect scenario. Somebody that's on the mic, that's chill. They're not trying to run me off the road. You know what I mean? That's what I'm looking for. I don't care about the position that much. I really don't. I can have more fun in 10th place with somebody that we're just side by side and changing, you know, just like we were doing. I'm just as happy in 10th place. In fact, when I'm in first place, I'm bored to tears usually, especially if it's in an S class, just straight S class, because then there's nobody in front of me until you catch somebody and lap them. Whereas when multi-class, you're always seeing other cars, and because there's, you know, some slower classes. All the other classes are slower than this class that I race in, S. So, yeah, let's see how we did here. We did a 147. He did a 148. 144. So yeah, we're not competitive with these guys. I'm not getting that kind of lap time, but we're not done tuning it either. So might, you know, if you get the dangle of your angle just right with the tune-up, you can shave some speed. I mean, shave some time because you're carrying more speed out of a corner. So in the straightaway, instead of hitting 170, I might be hitting 175 or 180 depending on what, you know, what the track is. So that's why I like multi-class, because you just get to see, because you got CBAS in here, and it's not a terribly long race. Now R is interesting to me too, but they do weird tracks, like they do backwards, like here's the Eagle Rock back to back. Why? What's the point? You know, the rotation over here is weird in the R class. And as soon as you get your car built and kind of tuned, it's going to end in 2 days. So multi-class stays around all the time. So I find like it's a little bit long of a race for me. I'd rather it be like, because I feel like in 10 minutes you know if where everybody's going to be, right? Now if you get spun out at the first corner, you might need the full 20 minutes to catch back up, or you may never catch up. Let's go to Sunset Peninsula. You know I joke around. So this is mostly outfield, so we're going to do some fast banking, and then we go to the infield. So this is a fun track because it's kind of a mix. This is one where there's like no rubber. You get out here, you're in the marble, and it's just rubber balls out there you're rolling around on, and you can't hook. So you got to stay on the race line. And as you know, I don't run the race line, so. Oops, sorry guys, I didn't realize my mic was open. I was talking to my chat. Alright, so let's go. Get our fuel set. And then need it to rotate better, so we're gonna add a little more to the rear here. Since we don't have the front rotating so much now, and it's not doing the weird yank of the wheel, we'll make the rear end turn for us. Hopefully it doesn't just drift around corners and, you know, go very slow, because drifting is slower. You're faster driving around a corner than drifting, because you're not spinning the tires and getting into traction control. So let's try it at a 4. That should be a big difference. Sunset Penis, my favorite track. Not really. Quick upgrade. So right now there's no other cars in my class. So I may play around in this one for a minute and then go to the next track if nobody comes in here. We gotta paint the car. The orange car with gold wheels looks crazy. Maybe make it carbon fiber with gold wheels. Or keep it orange and put chrome wheels, or black wheels. I don't know. Kind of felt like it was about to drift there, but the tires are super cold. It's taking the corner easily. Not sure what gear to be in on this car, but we'll probably 3rd through here if I had to guess. Yeah, you didn't expect that from me? I am a gentleman most of the time. But when I'm in a good mood, I joke around a lot. It's just lately I've been stressed, you know. The Jeep engine blowing up and the expense of that. Not being able to get back to work because of that and waiting on the mechanic. It's just, you know, that's been stressful on me, so hadn't been my chipper self that I usually am quite as much. Car feels pretty good around here. Maybe 2nd gear here. Yeah, 2nd gear. Let's see if it slips. Yeah, we got just about the right amount of rotation. It was just about to start coming around. And the reason it doesn't come around here is because it's banked so much. Because it definitely would at 180 miles an hour. Maybe go 3rd here, maybe? Always get stuck on the side. It's so hard to get back up on the road once you slide off the side. Car's feeling pretty good. Okay, the back and forth, the switchback is kind of felt like it was rubbery. It's not the roll. It's not body roll because I've got that firmed all the way up. So it makes it dangerous when it starts swinging like that. It's a mid-engine car, so the engine's sitting on the back, so it's heavy on the back. That's fourth gear. We should have been in third. So I'm not sure how I'm going to fix it. Maybe I need to firm up the springs, probably. I might keep it from bouncing around. This right here is a rough spot. I'll stay in the rubber. Okay, let's see if anybody's in my class here, because no. I guess people don't like this track because nobody's in here and it won't let me. Yeah, maybe it will let me leave. We'll go to the next track because nobody's in here. I'm being respectful. Well, I'm a big proponent of free speech, so to some degree, you know, you can say whatever you want to say. Maple Valley. Oh, this is a tough track. It's basically just turn, 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 turn. Hell on tires. So it'll be interesting to see if we can get away with not having that rear wing when we get over 120 miles an hour. Is it going to stick it or is it going to slide out? One of my friends is sending me a Steam message with a link to a Steam community gift. I think he got hacked or something. This does not look legit. No, I'm not clicking on that crap. I've seen that too many times before. How should we paint up the car? What color? Yeah, I think they got hacked. Just seems like something's fishy about that. Because wouldn't you, if you sent a link to somebody and was like, hey, Steam's giving away a free game, wouldn't you mention the game? This just says Steam Community 1 link or something. Like, sounds like it's taking me off of the Steam website, so we're not going to do that. Let's do 14 laps of fuel. It says we're going to do a 137 lap. There's no group 4 people in this one either, but this one just opened up, so there'll be more coming. And that'll give us time to practice. Get the tune perfect. Or at least a lot closer to it, any. Look at that jump. Did you see that? I'm gonna clip it. I clipped it. I have to look at that later. That was pretty funny. Come on, game. Scratch my paint. So this downhill section, it's real sketchy through here. A lot of times you come through there and it gets a little sideways and you hit the wall and spin around. That's very common on this track called Maple Valley. This is not actually a real track. This is just one they made for the game. Even though at the beginning of the game it'll say it's in Vermont or something like that, it's not. There's no Maple Valley track. Yeah, we got to figure out what gear we need to be in here. I know this track very well, and I know where I'm supposed to be on the track for best speed. So I'm just kind of driving it like I would drive my normal car, the Lola, the 1969 Lola. See if I can kind of see how it feels compared to that. Because I know, like, I should be able to go through here over 100 miles an hour. Here I need to be about 110. At this pit exit sign, I want to be about 145 if possible. And on the straight down here on the start finish, I want to hit about 165. It's pretty close. Okay, I think we're going to have to reduce the brake pressure. It is still locking up all the time. If I was going straight and hitting the brakes, they stop fine, but a lot of times you're turning on this track. Just reduce the brake pressure a hair. Let's see if it helps. Just doing these little tricks to gain some consistency. So it's probably plenty fast. I just got to make it where it'll stay on the track better. You want to downshift and floor it because it tries to lose a lot of speed coming up that hill. I messed up. I just oversteered a little bit. I was thinking about it instead of just doing it. Let's go flat out here and see if it'll hold. Nah. That's a pretty good spin. I'd say that's perfect. Yeah, you think he 100% got hacked? Yeah, I think so. Sound like the tires are really scrubbing through there. We need to double check our camera because we have moved things around. Let's see what that camera's doing. The rear one's on the money actually. Not sure about the front yet. Pretty close. 0.3, 0.4, 0.2, 0, +2. Might need a little more camera for these sharp turns on the front. Just a little bit. The rear tires are almost straight up and down. That should help me turn without scrubbing the tires so much. Woo! Okay, that felt weird. Yeah, front tires are getting hot real quick. Concern. We haven't got a good lap yet, but this is a really hard track to get good laps. The car's got to be tuned right. It's very unforgiving. Front tire's getting hot. Amber was dead on there. And it's got a problem with fishtailing. I'm not real sure. Maybe I could put firmer suspension on it. Kinda made it through there. Front tires are just burning up trying to make these turns. It's not very good at the switchback going from a left turn to a right and back. It's not very good at that. Let's look at the springs. So 680, 599. Let's just make it all firmer. So the 680 will go 880. And instead of 600, we'll do 800. So it's just firmer. Maybe it'll keep it from feeling so wobbly on those switchbacks. Those left, right, left, rights. Let's see. It should keep it from moving around as much, but I don't know. It's a game, you know. May not apply. Felt good through there. That's good. Not perfect, but okay. That was good. Yeah, we hit 145 at the sign. We want to hit 165 down here. Ooh. Ooh. My mechanic's going to be pissed. Let's do skip lap. May just have to lift off the gas a little bit. Yeah, it's just... let's firm it up some more. We gotta hurry. We only got a few minutes left. Springs. Let's go 880. Let's go 1080. Let's just do another 200. That's really tight. This may be super bouncy on some tracks. We'll see. 1080. Let me get back. I messed up. Come on, tune. Springs. Let's go up 100. 980. And then 900. Just gonna keep this thing from wobbling. It's tricky. Skip lap. Got 2 minutes before the race. You gotta get this thing dialed. At least get it more consistent. Still locking up on braking and turning. Is that Joe Dirt? Joe Dirty? That's a Dodge Daytona. The Dodge Daytona was a Dodge Charger with a nose cone and a wing, and then the Plymouth Superbird was a Plymouth Roadrunner with a nose cone and a wing. So they look almost the same, but they're different cars. Which Plymouth is no longer a company anymore, unfortunately. They used to be Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge, and Jeep, and they picked up Eagle and some other brands at one point. I can just sail through here with my cracked window. A little slow there. Just can't hardly get through there with speed. Let's try something different here. Maybe it's got something to do with how firm it is in the rear compared to the front. Felt pretty good there. Looks like it's rotating nicely now. Not enough time to test it. Usually if you make the rear end softer than the front, then it'll keep it from drifting as much. When you get it right, it won't be shaving the tire so much. Look at this field. Got anybody in my field? Yep. Got 4 cars in my class, and then these are the other classes. It's the Ultima. Yeah, all of these guys have better brakes. I've got more speed, so on the straightaway mine should be a little better. You gotta head to work? Thor? Alright. You're on my battlefield. Well, let's see how it goes. Alright, brother. I'll catch you later. Have a good day at work. Hope it goes good for you. Somebody has a slow Xbox connected, I guess. Never have to wait this long for something to load. Alright. I think when we come down that downhill that's real twisty and gets it all out of shape, then I'll maybe just lift off the gas a hair there. Keep it from getting all out of control. Slow days, holiday. Oh, that's good. What holiday is it? I don't even know. Was it Father's Day? That was yesterday? Okay, cold tires. I need to chill out a little bit. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's just safer to lift off the gas there a little bit. The problem is it bounces and then the rear tire gets off that ground and then it just spins when it lands. This is a really hard track. Well, I will say it's a really hard track in S-Class. You really gotta have the tune dialed in. A little wide, getting out of the rubber a little bit. Oh, okay, cool. Whoa! It said I went off the track. What is it talking about? This game sometimes. I don't recall going off the track at all. Uh-oh. That's a good workout. It's difficult. Won't turn. Come on. Just a lot of, it's like it's almost like the force feedback's turned up too high. It's just really, the wheels just fighting me. Man, that's where this car really has trouble with switchbacks. When you go left, right, or right, left, rapidly. It's terrible at that. Almost always spins out. Well, I think we'll go to another race. Jump back in my Lola that I've got dialed in, because this one is just not doing it. That track is the litmus test. If you could get a car to fly around that track and run like a 133, 132, stuff like that, then you know it's dialed in. That one just can't. It's just so dangerous. You just can't quite do it. So we'll get in our tried and true 1969 Lola. I can make this thing fly. It's already done. I've been tuning on it for months. And had it all pretty much dialed in, and then I quit playing for a couple months until a few days ago, and jumped in it and did fine tuning on top of the fine tuning. So it is like really good, but I've got to get used to it again because I haven't been driving it today. But it won't take long to get used to it. It's just it's more predictable and therefore more consistent. And the tune's going to look pretty similar, except for now, instead of having the first gear in the other car, it wasn't adjustable. This one I've got it where it's a race transmission, so it's adjustable. So instead of before, every time I go down the first gear, it could only go 40 miles an hour. So I would do that at 80, not thinking about it, and then it would just break the rear tires loose. So I couldn't go down to first hardly ever. But this doesn't have a 6-speed. But we can still do 201. That's plenty. Most tracks you're going to do 180 at the most. Let's see, our camber. So all this is going to look pretty similar to the car we were just in. Yeah, pretty similar. Except for here, I've got this roll offset. I've got it yanked all the way to the left so the car can turn in easy. Doesn't require a whole lot of steering. And I've got the rear going the opposite direction, so that makes the whole car want to twist. This car needs that. That other car, the Ultima, was a much more newer car. This is a 1969. The Ultima was like a 2015. And I can get away with no rear wing, so I can really sail once I get going. And I've got the brake pressure dialed into perfection. Can stop about 10 feet faster sooner on this car. So yeah, basically the same tune-up almost, except for that roll center. On the other car I had to have it straight up and down. You couldn't add any more twist to it, it just would spin out. Let's go ahead and practice. I'm not going to bother qualifying. There's only a couple guys in my class, so we're all going to start at the same time. This is my baby here. My money maker. It's going to feel really alien to me because I've been driving that other car for a few hours. But it'll come back pretty quick. That switchback, no problem. That other car would have spun out. There's something weird about it. And I got more confidence in this car because of it. I know I can get it sideways and reel it back in, where the other car, once it started fishtailing, it spun out every single time. Nothing funny, just go smooth around the corner. This is on cold tires. We haven't warmed them up yet. Takes a couple laps usually. I made first, second, and third gear really close to each other, so it accelerates really good. Because what you don't want is a car that can stay with you when you leave a corner, because they get in your draft and then they can actually come around you because you're breaking all the air, pushing it out of the way. And then they speed up on you and then zoom around with the momentum. Well, the nice thing about this car is the acceleration. I've got it down in so good that it leaves a lot of cars, and if I can get over 100 feet away from them, they lose the draft. They're too far back and they're getting my spoiled air and all the eddy current, and the eddies coming over it. So that's why I've set this car up to where it just accelerates incredibly. Put all my points in acceleration basically. You can put points in steering, acceleration, braking, or top speed. This one is it's good steering, good braking, great acceleration, and it doesn't have the best top speed, but because acceleration is good, it can get to its top speed quicker than another car that may have more top speed. It takes too long for them to get up to that speed. Acceleration is key because you're always slowing down and accelerating out of corners, always. So I think that's why this car works pretty good. And that's why I like it. And I've tried a bunch of cars, not all of them for sure. There's tons I hadn't even attempted to tune yet. But every time I set this one aside and I grab something else, I'm like, ooh, you know, that should work pretty good. I can't get them to work nearly as good as this one, so I keep coming back to it. Consistency is everything. I've won plenty of races against cars that were actually faster. They just weren't consistent. All right, what do we got here? Okay, so it's me and the Viper. And the Viper's gonna be really fast too. I don't know why he did that. Why he's shoving into me right at the start. Maybe one of those douchebag drivers that just tries to run you off the road because they don't want to lose. Because there's just no reason to push somebody up sideways at the beginning of the race. So he's 70 feet away, but I'm catching him. If you look at the top left corner of the screen. Because I got into his draft, so it made it easy for me to catch him. Okay, that's the third time he's hit me already. 2 right then. Just no reason to do that. See how bad I leave him on the corners. I predict that he will quit. I say that because he seems like the sore loser kind, having to resort to ramming people and stuff. Ferrari. Trying to carry speed through the corners as much as I can. Just slow down the minimum amount. I'll oversteer there a little bit. This is just so much better to drive than the Ultima. I can do the switchbacks, the left, right, no problem. It doesn't get all bent out of shape. It's not trying to spin out all the time. And I did about everything I could to make that Ultima as good as this car, and I just can't do it. I just don't think it will. Hello. Starting to feel the first signs of tire wear. They're worn just a little bit, maybe 20%. But I notice the car's starting to push outward instead of hugging the corner as well, which means the stopping distance is going to start getting longer, so we need to brake more aggressively and sooner. Use the transmission to help slow down. Have a downshifting. Engine braking. Start our turn a little sooner because it's going to push outward. I have to roller skate through that corner. You don't go under power. Trying to be smooth and consistent. That mantra I say all the time, smooth is fast, is very true. A lot of times we try to go faster than the car can do. You just end up going slower and slower. And now you're sideways, and then you're in the traction control. It's smashing the brakes for you, trying to save you. You're better off going a little bit slower and smoother. Trying to use every last millimeter of the track since the tires are wearing a little bit. I gotta give him credit. That guy did not quit. Most people would quit when you get a mile ahead of them. But only 2 of us in this class, so he's going to get on the podium with me regardless. So maybe that's why he's staying with it. I think you get your skill rating goes down a little bit if you quit early. I think. Ours about halfway gone. Almost missed my brake point there. I try to hit the brakes there at the sign that says 200. I almost passed. It's hard to see that sign. It's kind of in a dark spot. Yeah, we're about a mile ahead. 5,300 feet. That's right at a mile, I'm pretty sure. A quarter mile is 1,320 feet, so 1,320 times 4. There we go. Yeah, it's just so much nicer to drive my... That's my baby, the Lola. Yeah, 124 lap, we demolished him. Doesn't seem like a big difference, you know, 3 seconds per lap, but when you do that for 10 laps or whatever it is, it's pretty easy to see how you can fall a minute behind. Hey, I know that guy. America. Fuck yeah. There you have it. And we get a rule set bonus because we don't have no stability control. We got the steering set to simulation. No ABS. So, yeah, it's on hard mode basically. All right. Well, I think I want to eat some lunch. Kind of missed lunch about 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. Eat some lunch, and then I'll get back on later. Probably gonna do some Battlefield 2042 tonight, and some more Forza tonight. I've got some other games too, so we'll just see. Got Rust, but I'll show my desktop here. You can kind of see what games I got. And let's see, desktop. There we go. So, Dirty Bomb. Let's see. So this one, Dirty Bomb. I've got a dedicated server for that game. It's a free-to-play game on Steam. It's kind of like Overwatch, but it came out right before Overwatch, and it's not so anime flashy. It's more grounded in reality. And then my Battlefield 2042. Play a lot of that. A lot of Forza, so I'm definitely going to play these two tonight for sure. And I want to play Rust, but I got to find somebody else that's way into Rust. As a solo, it's too hard. And then I've got this new game, Le Mans Ultimate, which is a lot like Forza. But I'm kind of finding out it's a cash grab. You got to buy the game. It's in early access, and they're also charging for yeah, Dirty Bomb is probably down right now, bro. Paladin. Let me see. Let me check my server status. Yeah, server's still offline. My server's up. That's why it says how many players it's got and all that stuff. But what's happened is the database server. This is the game server. Well, every time you fire up your game, it checks with the database server to see what your credits are and all that stuff, you know, your settings and stuff. That server keeps up with it. The main server's down, and splash damage cannot be reached. I contacted Nitrado, which does the hosting for my server, these guys, and they basically told me, if you want a refund, we'll give you a refund, and we're also not going to sell any Dirty Bomb servers anymore. I was like, oh shit. So they're disgusted with splash damage because they hadn't been responding to them, and it makes them look bad, and they're just tired of dealing with it. But you can see my server status. Server is running. I have the option to stop it because it's already running. I can restart it. It's got an IP address. It pings. So Nitrado, they're hosting the server, but I use this DB Stats app. I'll post you a link to this if you want to bookmark it, so you can see when my server's online and you can see who's on it. Because normally they will show like all the players that are on it, so it's pretty handy to have that. So anyway, yeah, that's what's going on with that right now. Just waiting on somebody that splashed that damage to go turn the server back on, or whatever happened to it, fix it. So yeah, I've got a set of Corsa Evos, another racing game. That's my favorite right now, but it's still in early access, and it'll be they'll open up the online multiplayer part hopefully anytime. I don't know when, but the next update that comes out for it is supposed to have that turned on. Then I'll be spending a lot more time in that, because I've got a where did I put it? My VR headset. I've got a Pimax Crystal Light. Oh yeah, so I got this guy. Cable's wrapped around something here. That's a Pimax Crystal Light, so it's ultra wide, kind of like my monitor. You can see what it looks like in there. It's got a couple eyepieces. The only thing about VR that I don't like is that it has to render the game twice. So imagine trying to run a racing game twice on your computer at the same time, one for each eye, and they're canted at a slightly different angle, each lens and each eye, and the way it's rendered. And that's what gives you that stereoscopic view, so it looks like it's like real 3D. I know we call these games 3D that we play, but they're actually 2D. I mean, it's a flat panel, right? But with this, it feels 3D, so you feel like you're really in the car, and whenever you look around, you can look anywhere. Whereas normally in a car you have a button to look left, a button to look right, a button to look back. This is real time, you know. I can just so I can look down out of the window of the car and I can see the apex of the corner and get, you know, millimeters off of it. It's just more immersive. The downfall is that it creates a lot of heat, so you get hot wearing it because it's, you know, it's around your face, and you got headphones on with that too. So it's like wearing a toboggan and gaming. You know, it can get kind of warm sometimes. So if it's real hot in our room, I'm not really interested in running the VR. But anyway, when that game comes out in full access, it's going to be much like Forza, but I think I'll be able to set up a dedicated server for it, and that way I can build a community and have like regulars that keep coming back to my server. And then the little kiddos that want to ram people and block people and drive backwards on the track and ruin the race, we can ban those guys. And I'll make a ban list with their names, and I'll share that with other server owners, so we can all share those lists between each other and just keep those fuckers out of there. Excuse my language. Because they ruin the game. They just make it miserable sometimes. Well, just like that kid a while ago, I was in Forza, and he was, you know, right off the rip. Soon we're going straight, and he's just going like this. You know, knocking me. I'm like, what are you bro, the race just started, and you're already ramming me off the track on purpose. You know, there's just no excuse for that. It's just some twerp. And then I've got a Assetto Corsa competition. This one, so the first one was a Assetto Corso. That's old. It looks a little dated. But a lot of people still play it because they can. It's they allowed them to mod the game. So with the mods, you can update the textures and the cars and models. So you can make it look really pretty. But I haven't played it in forever. It was just kind of old. This is the successor to that, Assetto Corsa competition. It's pretty good, and it does do VR as well. But the handling model in Evo is better than Le Mans, and it's better than Forza, and it's better than Assetto Corsa. This one, with the wheel, you can feel like undulations in the road, like little dips where the left tire hits a dip and the right does it, and the wheel will kind of respond to that stuff. And so you kind of really feel a sense of what the car's doing when you're going around a corner and you're hitting dips and stuff. It just, and that, and with the wheel and the pedal and the VR, and you feel like you're in there. The only thing I'm missing is a seat mover. I want to get a sim rig, a proper sim rig where, you know, it's got stilts in the corners, and so it can make the car do that. So when you hit the gas pedal, the front of the thing will rear up, and you know, that way you feel some G's on your chest, like you're, you know, accelerating. You hit the brakes, it leans forward. And they have, you can also get harnesses that tighten automatically. They pull against you when you're on the brake, so it feels like you're, you know, got like in a car when you slam on the brakes. You know, the belt hits you, and you get that sensation. And then when you accelerate it, you know, releases a little bit. Little tricks like that can trick the brain into making you feel like you're really in a race car, and that's my goal. I raced cars for 10 years as a business, built, tuned, and raced them, and that sent me all around the world, and that was fun, but it's so expensive. I mean, you pop a motor, that's 15 grand, you know. You got a, you know, billet block motor and aluminum heads and forged internals. All that stuff is crazy expensive when you get to 800-900 horsepower, like my Evo. My Evo made 790 to the wheels, the Evo 8, and the Evo 7 made 927 to the wheels. It had a bigger turbo. But those, you know, a lot of times they end up breaking, and then at 600 horsepower, they'll run all, you know, you could daily drive it all day long and weekend warrior it, no problem. But when you start getting 800, 900 horsepower and you're, you know, drag racing and stuff, you break a lot of stuff. So even though I've spent a lot of money on this Fanatic wheel, this crazy curved 45-inch OLED LG monitor that refreshes at 240 hertz, and the VR kit and the extra monitor to stream and all this, you know, the camera and all this stuff, it's a lot of money, and I saved up for years to do this, but it's worlds cheaper than a car. It's just, there's no comparison. So that's why I'm doing this, and I'm trying to make it as close to feeling like on the track as possible, because I loved, you know, prior to doing this, I would spend all weekend at the track tuning customers' cars and sometimes driving it for them. Sometimes they were just like, it's too fast, it's too weird, too wild. Just you drive it for me, and they would pay me to drive their car. So, you know, I want to get back to that someday, possibly, but for now, this is the next best thing, and it's worlds cheaper. So anyway, sorry to talk your ear off. Just wanted to let you know what we're doing here. And then if you hadn't already, follow and subscribe. I appreciate it. Thumbs up on the videos. Those help too. Brings more people into the fold. And for Forza, and I'm going to do the same thing with Corsa Evo whenever it goes full access and multiplayer online. For Forza, I have a list of about 100 racers that race clean. We don't bump each other. We try not to touch each other's car. We try not to block anybody. If you're faster, we let them go by. And with the exception maybe the last lap, if you're in first and second place, you know, there might be a little playful blocking here and there, but on the last corners, you know, just to secure the win. But it's not that serious for us. We just have fun. So if any guys or gals that are watching and want to race with me, all you got to do is add my Xbox name, which was Mellonpopr7067. You can add that to your Xbox app. I'm on PC obviously, but it has crossplay with Xbox, so that's how we add each other. And so anybody that wants to race with me, I add them to the list. If I find out that they're ramming, you know, people in the group are like, "Yeah, this guy's a jerk. He just keeps spinning people out," you know. We don't make a big stink about it. I just don't re-invite them to the next race. You know, it's that simple. And so it's a lot of fun because we talk a little shit on the mic, all in fun, and it's just a good time. So anyway, won't keep you guys any longer, but I'll be back. I'll probably eat lunch and get a little rest, and then I'll be back on later tonight with some Battlefield, probably next, or racing, one of the two. But I think I'm going to do both tonight. Probably going to be Battlefield 2042 and Forza, most likely tonight. So stay tuned for that. In any case, thanks for stopping by. GG's, and I'll see you next time.